Test. Oh, where's my audio? Thanks. I'm happy to see you too. I'm happy people are here. I'm excited for today. I woke up exactly at the right time, and I have been trying to figure out how to get these hair ties on right, because I've never really done it before. But it came out good. The only thing though is I have like extra hair in the back, you see, and I don't know if it's good like that or if that should be tied up too, but I couldn't decide what was better. But this is a good look. This is a good look right here, definitely. Okay, this shit's starting like soon. Oh shit, I should pop out my own Twitch chat. Twitch TV Narcissa, right? Chat? Okay. Alright. I think I have everything set up. Hey, thanks for subbing. Oh, you know what? Kind of want TweetDeck, but I don't want noise on TweetDeck. Is it starting? I can't hear much. I hear stuff. It's happening. Let me know if it's too loud. Oh shit, the sub notification is loud. Thank you for subbing.
Hi, this is Reggie from Nintendo. Before we begin, we want to extend our condolences to all the victims of the two tragic events in Orlando. Our thoughts are with their families and their communities. And this includes Christina Grimmie, who was killed in the earlier incident and was scheduled to visit us here at our E3 booth this week. At Nintendo, we try to make our fans smile. But this week at E3, we'll also be shedding a few tears. Please join me in a moment of silence.
All right.
If you've been a fan of Nintendo over the years, you'll know that the Nintendo experience is different at every E3. We always look for the best way to introduce our most important content. And this year is no different. And that's why we're coming to you directly from our show booth on the set of Nintendo Treehouse Live. On the other side of the wall behind me, the finishing touches are being made before we open it up to thousands of industry insiders in just a couple of hours. That space will immerse visitors in the world of a single game, the newest entry in the Legend of Zelda franchise. What's in store is an entirely new format for a Zelda game.
New format.
3 decades ago, the first Zelda game changed the way millions of people thought about video games. And this week, you'll discover a game that could change that thinking again. Here's the first look at what awaits.
Open your eyes.
I see aliasing. I always see aliasing on every fucking thing. Sorry, I'll shut up now. Oh, that's pretty. This looks like a dream, though.
Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
Are we getting the title? Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild.
The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, introduces you to a Hyrule that is truly seamless, where simply moving from one place to another begins to create what may be the adventure of a lifetime. And not only is this new world vast, but it feels alive. It teems with adventure. Throughout Link's quest, Hyrule will be a resource, an ally, an enemy, and always a place for discovery and wonder. This is easily one of the biggest experiences ever created by Nintendo. And today, you're going to get a close-up look. The portion of the game we're highlighting at E3, a wide-ranging plateau, may seem huge, In fact, no one here this week will be able to explore all of it. But even then, that plateau is only a tiny fraction of the full game map. We'll be devoting almost this full first day of Nintendo Treehouse Live coverage to just this one environment. Then, in the future, you'll learn more about the story, the characters, and the ways in which the boundaries of all previous Zelda titles are being broken.
That's what
But
I'm
in the
very
end,
curious
full
about.
understanding and full immersion will only come when you experience it for yourself. However, before we show you this biggest adventure for Wii U and NX, we're going to show you the biggest new adventure coming up for Nintendo 3DS.
Oh, Pokemon?
As you've heard, there are 2 new core Pokemon titles on the way on November 18th. Pokémon Sun and Pokémon Moon. As always, you'll pick which new starter Pokemon to partner with. But which one to choose? Exactly what kind of battling awaits you? And what does the new Alola region
I like
have in store for
Rowlet.
players?
I prefer Rowlet.
Well, we figured there was no one better equipped to answer those questions than the 2 key developers of the game itself, producer Junichi Matsuda and director Shigeru Omori.
I have to leave at like 1
So
or
before
something?
we devote the rest of the day to The Legend of Zelda, I'm going to turn it over to the Treehouse team along with Mr. Matsuda
I hope
and Mr. Omori
I don't miss a lot
to
of
show
Zelda.
you what it's like to start as a Pokemon trainer in the first ever live gameplay demonstration of Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Moon. So let's jump in. Take it away, Sam and Terry.
Thanks, Reggie. And thanks to everyone watching for tuning in and joining us for another Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. We're really excited to get started. So as Reggie mentioned, I'm Sam from Nintendo, and joining me up here, I've got Terry from Nintendo and my colleague David from TPCI. And we've also got our very special guests, Masuda-san and Omori-san from Game Freak, who are joining us to chat about Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Moon. Now,
I should probably
Pokemon
change my
fans
stream
already know that
title.
You guys have a very long history of working with the Pokemon franchise, but could you tell our viewers a little bit more about what you guys are doing specifically with Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Moon?
2人ともポケモンの開発に関わってすごく歴史が長いんですけれども、今回のポケモンサンとポケモンムーンでの役割について教えてもらえますか？
そうですね。今年ポケモンが20周年。
Maybe not. Whatever. Fuck it.
まあ
I'll just wait till they're
先の
done.
ポケモン未来に向けてのポケモンということで、私はプロデュースに徹して、今回茂大森が、ディレクターという新しい体制で取り組みました。
So this is the 20th anniversary of Pokemon, as I think many of you know, and when thinking about the future of Pokemon, I've decided that I would be the producer on this title, and pass over the director role over to Shigeru Omori here for Pokemon Sun and Moon.
Yeah, Moon seems more appealing to me just because of like
のディレクターをしました。
no reason at all.
今回はディレクターとして開発全体に携わりました。
So I'm Shigeru Omori from Game Freak, and I was the director on this game, overseeing the entire development of it.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I know you brought some art assets that we can take a look at to introduce folks to the Pokemon Moon, Pokemon Sun collection. But first, we've actually got some video footage that you brought for us. So, folks,
The
watching
evil
this,
Daystar,
actually
yeah.
Get that queued up for you so you can take a look.
Play awesome golf on the moon. I think. Would it be awesome golf? If you're playing golf on the moon, sorry, I'll you hit it so far, you have to go so far for your next shot. You have to wait so long. I was impressed with Pokemon XY. I thought they did the transition to like more 3D to be really, really successul. or I thought it was a really good. I don't know. I thought the game was good. Is what I'm trying to say. I can't even like articulate myself.
All right, so there's a lot for us to talk about just from the footage there. The first thing I'd like to actually ask you is if you could tell us a little bit more about the background of why you went with Sun and Moon as the titles for these games.
今の映像で結構話す内容というのが出てきたんですけれども、まずはそうですね、サンとムーンのタイトルについて、由来をちょっと教えてもらえますか。
はい。私たちの住んでいるこの地球っていうところには生き物がたくさんいるわけですけども、その中で、その生き物に対してとても影響がある、そのコアとなっているものっていうのはやっぱり太陽と月っていうのは非常にこう大切な。
Oh, Breath of the Wild. The acronym is BOTW, which is the same as Bottom of the Well. Which is the place in Ocarina of Time. And I used to use that acronym all the fucking time, so it'll be kind of cool to do like Zelda BOTW. That's just a stupid thing. I don't know.
The sun really is the source of all life on this planet, and in the same way in the Pokemon world, it's also the source of life on the planet, and the moon also affects all of our lives here as well. And with this game, we really wanted to express this kind of feeling of a region really teeming with life, so we felt that Sun and Moon would be an appropriate title for the games.
I think especially thinking about these big elemental forces, Sun and the Moon, we also need to talk about those legendaries that are on the packaging, because I think folks are going to really want to hear a little bit more about what they can expect from those Pokemon.
そうです太陽と月の存在の多分表しにもなってるんじゃないかなと思うんですけど、このかっこいい伝説のポケモンについて、話してもらえますか。
そうですね、
I feel fucking cute today. I do. I love this hair.
ムーンの方のルナーラは月の使者として伝えられているんですけども、今まで、以上に物語自体にかなり、関係してくる2匹になりますので、楽しみにしていてほしいなと思います。
So in the games, the legends say that Solgaleo and Lunala are the emissaries of the sun and the moon, respectively. And these two legendary Pokemon actually they kind of play a unique role. They tie into the story in a unique way that we really haven't done with pairs of legendary Pokemon before. So I think fans will be really excited about it.
I think these are a really interesting spiritual element that we get in these games. I won't talk about that too much yet because I know we're saving some surprises, but on the subject of legendaries, I know you recently had an event in Taiwan where you revealed some news about another legendary Pokemon folks remember from XY and what they might expect from that Pokemon in these games. We can maybe talk about that a little bit too.
ちょっと伝説ポケモンの話で、先日ちょっと台湾で、XY に登場した伝説ポケモンについてのニュースっていうのをちょっと発表されたと思うんですけど、それちょっと話してもらえますか。
そうですね、いよいよ10% ジガルデとパーフェクトジガルデが、サンムーンに登場すると、いうお知らせが、出ましたけども、今回このジガルデも活躍するっていうのが、ポイントかなと思います。
So, Zygarde, Pokemon that one of the legendary Pokemon that appeared in
yeah.
Just showed off their the 10% form and complete form in the games, and these Pokemon these forms will appear in Pokemon Sun and Moon, kind of in a special way that I think people will be excited about.
They look so cool. And actually, here, since we're looking at a little bit of the Alola region in the background, so it's probably a good chance to talk maybe a little bit more detail about the Alola region and what players can maybe expect there.
今回冒険の舞台となるそのアローラ地方について、どんな地方なのかっていうのをちょっと教えてもらえますか。
そうですね。
I'm doing.
今回のアローラ地方なんですけど、
The last few days have been like quite a struggle for me. But I'm gonna be seeing a doctor today. And I'm gonna have to break up the stream because I might miss some stuff because I have to go to the doctor. But I think I'll be okay. I really do think I'll be okay.
So the Alola region, as you can see, is made up of these 4 islands. It has a man-made island as well. But it's really this region that's just like teeming with life, and that's actually behind the name of the region itself. We have this meaning of kind of region like a miraculous region overflowing with this life force that can support all this different life. And yeah,
I think it's really interesting since it's not connected to any of the other regions. You've got this really interesting area of isolation, and we're seeing all these Pokemon that nobody's ever run into before, and it's almost kind of like Galapagos Island where you've got this really interesting remote area where all these other creatures.
Hey, thank you, Nat.
New Pokemon and a really cool environment as well to explore.
つながってないの、他の大陸とつながってないので、いろんな変わった生命がたくさん登場するんじゃないかなというふうに思ってるんですけど、そうですね。
そうですね、期待しててください。
Yeah, I think people there's some cool things to see in the.
There, I've been playing it at work and I'm very excited to get a look at it.
会場でちょっと遊んでるんですけど、やっぱこう楽しみにできるものが多いと思います。
はい。
And actually, since we're talking about new Pokemon, is there anything more that you can tell our viewers about the 3 starters that they'll be choosing from in this game?
今回の最初のパートナーなので3体のポケモンなんですけれども、これにこの3体について教えてもらえますか。
そうですね、もうどの3体ももう可愛いんですけども、今回特に動きに
The big Zelda map. I think it's
まして、まあ、
potentially really awesome as long as there's like
動きが可愛くなるようなデザインとして作られて
enough things.
Of course, they're all very cute.
And even if there's not enough things, if there's a way to fast travel,
is making their movement really
I don't know.
represented in the game.
It's sort of, I'm sure they did it like well.
And they're really
Thanks,
you
Alexis.
have to touch them almost.
あとやっぱりこう世界中の人が見て
Like even Wind
わかり
Waker,
やすい
I have no problem with Wind Waker's structure. In fact, it's one of my favorite games of all time. But despite that, the ocean was very empty, and like I've been playing Twilight Princess. The field is huge, but it's very empty as well.
We always pay attention
And
to with
I
our
don't know. It's not really a problem. It's really not a
It's,
problem.
kind of universally relatable to people from around the world.
And they say it's their biggest experience ever. I mean, they like to hype it up, but I mean, I kind of believe them that considering wasn't this game supposed to be like 2014 or 2015 and now it's 2017? It's like 2 years of delays. I don't know.
Hardcore water starter fan. My first was a Squirtle, and I've stuck with them. But I've been having a great time so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing what other folks pick when they get into the starters as well.
最初ゼニガメなんだので水タイプのこの足回りをいいですね。どれもすごい。
Hey, thank you, Spenscat.
And it's interesting actually what you talked about with the design of the starter Pokemon. And I think they also really fit nicely in with the kind of tropical climate and environment we've got. And I know that's something that you worked in with the design of the player.
I have to like
characters
blow
as
my
well.
nose. I might quick do that.
ポケモンもそれに合ってる感じだと思うんですけど、今回の主人公のデザインもそれを意識されている部分ありますか？
そうですね、やっぱり暖かい国っていうのを表現する、地方ですね、表現するためにかなり軽装にしています。
So yeah, obviously the region this time, the climate there is extremely warm, so we wanted to make sure that the characters, the designs were more lightly dressed than maybe other designs had in the past.
And I think you guys will notice the proportions are different, especially when we get into gameplay in a couple seconds here. They're going to see it's a little different how they're used to seeing their characters in the game.
まず今回ちょっとこの後実機プレイを見せるんですけども、ちょっとあれですね、頭身がちょっと変わったっていう話ですよね。
そうですね、よりこう没入感高めようと思って年上がってますね。
So yeah, we changed the proportions this time to be more realistic. We really wanted to kind of increase this sense of immersion, and I think you'll see that when we get into the game.
Yeah, I don't know if I can talk about this yet, but sharp-eyed viewers probably noticed that both of those pieces of art, there was an interesting bracelet that the players were wearing. I don't know
I'm
if you can
6'0".
talk about that just yet.
I am perfectly happy with how tall I am.
腕輪みたいなものってつけてるんですけど。
ありました。ありました。
For later time, maybe we can talk about that. But I think we've probably kept folks in anticipation long enough. So Terry, you want to jump in and show some gameplay?
I'm excited for this.
またするので、早速
Here we go.
So I just want to mention as we get into gameplay here, this game is still in development. So folks, everything you see here,
We got
won't be
Pokemon
exactly what you're
footage.
gonna see in the final release of the game, but I think we can give you a really good sense of what the game's going to look and feel like as we get started.
最新のもので開発中のものです。
そうですね、こんな早い段階で実はライブでも行うのは初めてで、どんなポケモンが出るかっていうのもちょっと世界初公開のポケモンも登場するかもしれないんで、ちょっとドキドキしますね、これね。
This is actually the first time for us to show a Pokemon game at this stage in development, kind of be a live gameplay. So, not really sure exactly what we're gonna encounter in this. We may see some all new Pokemon.
I'm having a little moment here looking at like the player character in this game compared to the player character in Pokemon Yellow.
Can you tell us a little bit about the story and the background of what's going on right now in the game?
まあ今ここで
It's like the world has been fleshed out over our lifetimes. When we were kids growing up, it wasn't possible to make a game
で今回すでに少し進めていまして、最初のポケモンはすでに
like on a handheld that looked like this.
今からリリータウンというところでお祭りが開催されるので、そこに向かうところです。
It looks
So at
good.
this point in the game,
They always do a good job with the handheld Pokemons, or with the like the main Pokemon games.
The other day, and one day
Oh, it looks pretty.
received his first.
That looks like a really fun game. See, I wish I had a 3DS capture card because I wouldn't really mind playing through
I think you're
Pokemon or playing it a bit.
Oh, you're jumping into the long grass.
誰が何が出るんだポケモンが出ますがね。ああ、びっくりする。レディバーですね。アローラ地方には他の地方のポケモンも出てきます。はい。
So as you can see in the Alola region, obviously it's not just new Pokemon.
I feel like Nintendo's strength is like combining.
今回トレーナーとポケモンっていうものも
I don't know. They always do a really good job with like these appealing user interfaces and just making things like a really high class sort of like. I don't know. It doesn't feel like a big mess all the time. Like I feel like a lot of games. It's like I watch them and it's like, oh god, it's like a visual mess.
In this game,
I don't know.
Feel really intense and really immersive. I was wondering if we could talk a little bit more about that with what you did with the lighting and the dynamic camera angles here.
没入感を高めるっていう話もちょっと出てきたんですけども、やっぱ今回こう演出とか見た目が違ってて光の表現とかもありますね。
そうですね。ちょっと時間によって影が長くなったりとかっていうのも入ってたりしますね。
So yeah, there's some cool lighting effects that we're doing here where, for example, the shadow you see, it's in the evening right now, so it's a bit longer, but depending on the time of day, the lighting will kind of affect the mood of the battle.
I like that.
I think Terry's kind of staying still for a second to
Talking
let us
about
see
the
how
aesthetics
camera
of the
is
game's
moving around.
graphics.
And this is something that'll just happen for you if you're staying still in the battle for a moment, and you really get a good chance to get a look at these Pokemon and the area that you're in and the environment.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Zelda footage. They showed a little trailer and they revealed that it's called Breath of the Wild. It was Breath, right? I almost forgot already. All I just know is BOTW. The Legend of Zelda BOTW.
In the battle here, I was wondering if we could talk a little bit more about the different changes you've made to the battle interface. I know there's a lot here that's really interesting, which makes the game really accessible to new players. Maybe this is their first Pokemon game, but it's also, I think, really satisfying as someone who's played a lot of Pokemon games. It feels really good, the changes that you've made here.
Okay, so yeah, they had that voice acting in the trailer, and they talked about breaking conventions. Some of the conventions that they were hinting at in the past were things like potential multiplayer, potential open world, and I think they're really pushing the open world thing, that's obvious. Voice acting would be another one that would not surprise me. They've done it in small amounts in the past with different things. Like the King of Red Lions being like, "Urgh," and Midna, and other stuff, so they might have taken it further and break the conventions further.
Keep in mind now as you're battling, it's so nice to be able to pull it up, and if maybe you don't quite remember what something does, being able to just pop it up really fast there, it's like you don't have to use that information, but if maybe your memory's not as good as it used to be and you need it, it's so nice to be able to pull that up and take a look.
そうですね。はい。例えば今レディバの方をタッチしてもらえます。
They also said like non-linear dungeon stuff, maybe? I don't know, something like that.
You can tap on the 2D Pokemon icon that's up the touchscreen and see how its parameters actually just got changed because
Oh, that's cool.
of a move.
Yeah, that information was always invisible before. God, I really do think they do a good job with the Pokemon games, like the main games. I feel like they really do a good job with them.
Yeah, let's see how this battle goes. Are you planning on trying to catch them?
I'm gonna begin my quest to catch them all.
Okay, good luck.
What's up, chat?
So, just to bring up real quickly, for folks who maybe haven't played a Pokemon game before, battling Pokemon is really at the core of what the series is all about. You're going out into the world with your Pokemon, battling. Oh, this is the most stressful moment. Nice. Okay, so
Well, I mean, accuracy and evasion were in other games, but you couldn't see
strategy and
how you were affected in the battle. That information was like hidden, and you just had to like kind of memorize how many times you got hit by sand attack and shit.
And it was nice there too seeing how the level up.
But now I guess there's like a UI for it, so you can actually see what's going on.
Oh, and this is actually something that we should talk about as well. Can you tell our viewers a little bit more about what they're seeing on the?
Yeah.
これもちょっと違う感じがありますね。
そうですね。今回、図鑑の、遊びとして、埋めたくなるっていう要素をすごく
I thought he was stealth
書
team.
き立てるようにしました。で、白いモンスターボールなんですけども、実はあそこが空きスペース
Yeah, but you couldn't see your attack
ポケモンの、
boosts and stuff either, I think, right?
ペアとなるポケモンが出てくる。
Like there was no way of knowing if you had maxed out like your tail whips on the opponent or whatever. I guess you can only check your own stats though, right? Or can you check the opponent's Pokemon if you like tail whip them 6 times? I need water, my voice is just like breaking.
Either has an evolution or maybe there's another Pokemon out there that kind of forms a pair with it. So that'll kind of encourage players who really want to fill up that empty space, go out and search and catch all different types of Pokemon and kind of complete their Pokedex.
Yes, especially exciting, I think, when you find one and there's lots of white Pokeballs, and you're just like, oh, okay.
So maybe
It's got a lot of work to do.
白いモンスターボールなんでやっぱこう捕まえたくなる。
そうですね。
次は
It's wild, not wind. Yeah.
Nice.
Breath of the Wind sounds like
新ポケモンですね。
it would be a valid name, except the fact that they had Wind Waker, so that would be like a little bit overdoing it, you know? Doing the same concepts too many times.
But as you can see, this is a new Pokemon.
Thank you, Royal Blue Wizard.
It's always hungry, so it's always getting hungry, and then so it's looking for food. But whenever it's hungry, it also gets very aggressive.
I love its face. It's so cute.
I like the hair.
I'm not listening as much as I should be.
Just throw it a bag of chips or something and be like, thank you.
Something about being hungry and being more aggressive. I don't know what they were talking about.
いい感じですね。
Getting close there.
もう捕まるんですか。
You'll probably be able to catch this one.
We're on our way.
Good luck.
That's 2 down.
Yeah, this is always like the most stressful seconds in any Pokemon player's life. Just the nice. And actually, this will give us a chance to maybe take a look at the Pokedex. We've got a new Pokemon to check out. So we've got some interesting changes coming to the Pokedex in this game. Can you tell us a little bit more about what fans can expect from the new Pokedex?
まあ今回図鑑がちょっと変わった感じで新しくなってるんですけども、この
Is the Pokedex a Pokemon?
もうちょっと見てもらいます。
そうですね。今回、ロトム図鑑というものがあります。このロトム図鑑ですけれども、ポケモンを捕まえる情報をくれたりとか、冒険で次どこに行けばいいんだろうっていうことを教えてくれたり、冒険を常にサポートしてくれる図鑑です。
So actually, one of the new things in this game is that we have this item called the Rotom Pokedex, and Rotom kind of inhabits your Pokedex and actually helps you in your adventure. So it'll tell you information about Pokemon that you really want to catch, or give you tips about how to catch Pokemon, and also kind of guide you on your adventure where you should go next, for example. So it serves as a really cool supportive function.
今、下画面が黒いんですけど、そこにロトム図鑑が入ります。
So right here, actually, we're still really early in the game. We don't have the Rotom Pokedex, so the touchscreen is just black at the bottom, but you'll get it later.
And here, actually, this is a great chance. If we just like take a little quick circle around, we can show off not only the trainer's proportions, but also the movement is a little bit different than what folks who played previous Pokemon games have expected.
頭身が変わっただけではなくて、今ちょっと移動のなんていうんですかね、その見た目っていうか、ちょっと
そうですね。
姿も変わった。
はい。今回フリーに自由に動けるような仕組みにしてますね。
So yeah, you can move around. It's free full analog movement this time in the game.
Oh, and we need to tell players what's going on here when they're seeing the shadow.
Is that like there's a battle incoming?
今、あそこのキャラクターが
Is this like warning you're about to enter a fight?
ポケモントレーナーですね。ポケモントレーナーの視線に引っかからないように、上下でこうですね、緊張感を表しています。
So you see that lady over there, or the girl throwing a Pokeball up and down, and so she's a Pokemon trainer, and what she's obviously going to try and battle you, but what that kind of shadow that appears on the screen indicates is that there's that she's going to challenge you to a battle. So it kind of increases this sense of tension that you're about to go into a battle, and that indicates that to the player.
So I can either avoid her or actually battle her.
Yeah, well, I
think we're in a battle.
Now it feels like that moment where two people are like glaring at each other, ready to fight. But it is really nice if you're in a position where maybe you're trying to get somewhere really quickly, or your Pokemon aren't in great shape right now, you don't want to fight. It's nice to have that second where you can avoid it before you just kind of stumble yourself into a battle. Cute.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's what we can see here. We're seeing the other trainer as well. And it's really nice actually just to get such a good look at the Pokemon proportions alongside their trainers.
今回トレーナー相手のトレーナーもバトルに出てるんですけど、もうやっぱこうサイズ感、ポケモンのサイズ感っていうのが結構伝わりますね。
そうですね。結構そういうところがやっぱりこうトレーナーがいることによって表現できているっていうのが今回の新しいところですね。
Yeah, that's definitely one of the new things. I think by having the trainers battle, like you mentioned, it really gives you that.
I have to like leave in 3.5 hours.
Experience I've had at the office playing this game, it's really gonna surprise
So I'm
people when
probably
they
gonna
look
miss
at
a bunch of
just how
Zelda
big and small
stuff,
certain Pokemon are when they're
which
actually sitting right
sucks.
next to them.
まあ結構多分今まで実感わからなかった部分も多かったと思うんですけど、まあ実際遊んでみてやっぱこのポケモンこの大きさだったんだみたいなって思うところも多分多いんじゃないかなって。
I feel like I'll get to see a good amount of stuff though.
いろいろこうモーションを工夫してまして、例えばボールの投げ方だったりとか、まあ、ポケモンに指示を出す仕草とか、まあ、そういったものが細やかに設定されています。
やられちゃったポスト
やられちゃったんで。
And with the trainers being represented in full 3D this time, they all have unique motions and reactions. For example, how they throw their Pokeball. Or
I
their
should take
reaction
some
moves, for
selfies
example.
today.
アイテム拾いましたね。
They just got an item there.
I think there might be some more folks we can battle up here.
バトルがトレーナーバトルが待ってるんじゃないかなこの先に。
As we're walking around, I'm hoping folks who are watching are listening with the volume up so they can hear the music in this area. I found it really great how it feels. It really fits in with the tropical environment.
視聴者の皆さんも多分、聞こえてると思うんですけど、結構音楽素晴らしいですね。南の国にちょっとあった感じの。
I love how enthusiastic he looks.
Alright, Oliver.
すごいヤングですねこの。
ヤングースですね。
Another young goose looks like.
And we can see as Terry's battling here, with how the
When's my next normal stream?
really easy to
Um,
get super involved in the battle to whatever extent.
I don't know, maybe I'll play Smash
With
pretty
all this information
soon.
at your fingertips, it's not that you have to look at it all, but it's so nice
I don't know,
that
we'll see.
if there's anything
I don't have
you
anything
can't
like
on,
actually
you can
planned.
do it so quickly, and you still feel really immersed in the battle.
これやっぱそうですね。バトルのインターフェースでこういろんな情報を今回覚えなくてもいいって言いましたけども、まあ見たいときはタッチ一つでやっぱこう情報すぐに出せるのでやっぱこう便利ですね。
Screenshot away. Screenshot all you want.
どんな状態だったっけとか、まあ、そういったことがすぐこう情報に出せるということは初心者でも、まあ、この奥深いバトルに、まあ、とっつきやすくなるかなと言えます。
Oh, what's up, Rob Dog? Is that the Paper Mario update of the year?
Beginners, for example, maybe they don't want to, or they won't remember a lot of these different status changes and whatnot. But you can really quickly check on the state and see how things have changed.
Seed without Parakarry. It's interesting.
Just so cute.
気絶の演出が可愛いですね。
何が出てくるんですかね。
Oh, just soft spot.
There we go.
つつき屋ですね。キツツキポケモンなんですけども、まあ、1秒に
Rob Dog in the chat is the reason I was able to
ポケモンですね。
do really well in Paper Mario speedruns a long time ago. Rob Dog was like this route mastermind who figured out like a ton of battles and like optimal situations, or like I don't know, just like figured out a lot of the battle structure for the route.
It's interesting, yeah, watching its animation as it's got very bird-like movements as it's kind of twitching its head side to side, and I think that the level of detail that you guys have put into all the
Another time, maybe. Yeah.
それぞれの動きとかすごい細やかに設定してる話だったんですけど、結構わかりますね。これ鳥みたいな感じでしょ。そうですね。首を横に振ったりとか。
Hey, thanks for subbing.
That's a good chance to mention, actually, we did find a Pokeball earlier as we were walking around, and can find some great items to help you out along the way that can help you heal up your Pokemon. And
Rob Dog, for Bowser, do you need to have like super good luck? For like the fastest route?
Really got a level out of that though.
Almost another one.
ゲームの醍醐味ですね。
This is definitely I think one of the things that really makes Pokemon fun here is kind of like the sense of tension here.
It's 50-50. Okay.
I think it's time to go to the festival.
What about hallway Bowser? Is that still like a fucking mess?
Oh no.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
Goddamn.
逃げよう。あ、ヤングース、あ、ヤングース出ましたね。
I guess it's not the worst odds in the world.
Jerry, you gonna heal up after this?
Yeah. We'll get healed up.
We get healed
I
up.
think before we get to the festival, 'cause that's not to give too much away, but there's more fighting in your future.
More fighting. この先もバトルが待ってるので、
そうですね。
回復した方がいいんじゃないかっていう。
So actually, as we come into this area here, we're going to be meeting several different characters that our viewers maybe aren't familiar with. Would you mind just giving us a quick introduction to them, Jay?
I don't have a favorite song.
はい。
それぞれちょっと紹介してもらってもいいですか？
はい。
I have a lot of songs that I like though, and it changes over time, kind of.
原というキャラクターですね。最初に
1 in 1,000 chance of having a good run.
まあ登場してます。
So this is Hollow. I think it's been revealed already in a video that we released, but it's a really strong trainer on this island, and he's actually the guy.
I wonder how the metagame of Zelda NX will take hold and what like a speedrun of that would look like, and I don't know. I'm already thinking about it.
この子はハウっていうキャラクターですね。まあ、ニャギを今連れているんですけど、この後、お祭りで一緒に戦います。
So this is how you're about to battle him actually as part of this festival.
あと、ククイですね。ポケモン博士です。今回は、技の研究をしているという博士ですね。
And that's Professor Kukui right there in the white lab coat. He's a professor who specializes in researching Pokemon moves, like their attacks and such.
Yeah, I think based on the fan response,
Launching
he is
some merch.
the most dreamy professor.
I could kind of see myself doing that someday, but it probably wouldn't be a fucking graphic tee, you know? It would probably be something very different than that.
And then Lily behind you there, she's the assistant of Professor Kukui. She's not a Pokemon trainer, but she'll join you on your adventures throughout the story.
And sharp-eyed viewers may have noticed.
Oh, to be honest with you, Rob Dog, I haven't really thought about Paper Mario in pretty long, so like,
なんかありましたね。
I hadn't even thought of Timeout. I remember when we were discussing Timeout a long time ago, though. That was like kind of a fun discussion.
動いてたの見ちゃった。
Oh, by the way, let me know how the volume is of my voice compared to the stream, because I feel like I'm really
But it's
talking
really
over.
interesting for fans of the series to see this
But I feel like
battle and
it's
this
loud.
space.
Like,
The way that Pokemon and Pokemon battles are integrated into the culture in these islands is really interesting, and you get these amazing battle spaces where other folks are gathering around and watching you guys fight.
このやっぱこう人間の社会にもやっぱポケモンとポケモンバトルそのものがこう、なんていうんですか、社会の一部になってすごい大切なものっていうのがすごく伝わりますね。
Zelda's after
しっか
Pokemon.
りしたこうバトルアリーナみたいなのが出てきてて。
そうですね。まあ今回このお祭りなんですけども、2人の旅立ちをまあ祝うというかそういう儀式になっています。で戦った後にこの2人は島を巡る冒険が始まるというストーリーになっています。
So in this
I'm trying to be very loud.
this is kind of
Okay, I think the
celebration
mix
of
of volume is good, though.
both you and Hao's adventures to kind of travel across the island, so it's kind of a ritual in this society.
I want to jump into speedruns of the new Zelda, but
We can't really talk about too much, but just to mention topical
of course I want to play through it first, of course, you know? And like, there's gonna be people who are just immediately... There will be people who hit the ground running, literally, you know what I mean?
Pichu, who looks adorable.
So,
可愛いですね。今度負けない
I feel like I want to casually 100% it, really get into it, explore it, theory craft it, and then by the time I do that, other people will have hit the ground running and already developed a lot of things. And it's not like a fucking arms race, you know what I mean? So, I'm not really sure like, I think I just would kind of want to do my own thing
See what's going on in the battle.
and play through it normally, and
You
then
guys were able to pull off some business trips to some nice tropical locations, maybe. I mean, for me,
I don't know. It took me 3 days to beat Skyward Sword, but that was only any percent, you know?
目的でこういろんな素敵な場所に行けたんじゃないでしょうか。
そうですね。まあ
Yeah, Rob Dog, exactly. Some people will be doing speedruns on day one, and I think I'm not gonna be one of those people.
the staff, the development staff.
I mean, I could fucking throw a timer on the stream, but it wouldn't really be genuine. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of reflected in the game.
I should have convinced my boss that I need to do that to prep for this. To really get this segment, I really need to go that way.
今回のこのセグメントのためにやっぱハワイに行ってくればよかったです。
Come on, Terry, show us what you got.
That's one down.
Nice.
一匹倒しましたね。
So we saw with the icons as the battle started. I think Hao has one more Pokemon to go.
ハオは、まあ、手持ちがあと一匹ですね。
はい。
Ooh, and you're still nice.
He was stronger.
There we see one of the other new starters.
これヤギなんですけども、一回実はもう見ているという設定になってまして、戦うとですね、一回見たことあるポケモンはどれが効果が抜群かっていうのが分かるようなインターフェースになっています。
So at this point in the story, you see Hao has Litten, which is another one of the first Pokemon you can choose in your adventure. But you've actually encountered him, you battled against him and his Litten once in the story. And
Yeah, exactly, Cloud. It's sort of like,
Pokemon once, the next time you battle it, you'll get information on your move list about
I don't
which
know.
moves are effective and which ones
It's
aren't.
strange. It's like you're. Some people would be rushing as fast as they can to
So just explaining that, you know, one gun is
just like dissect it immediately and like
分かりやすい風にしている。
not so much play it. You know what I mean? It's very silly. It's sort of like rushing to the point where everything becomes boring in the end. But
Especially when you're trying to catch more Pokemon.
I think I'm just gonna do my own thing. I'm just gonna like play through it, 100% it. If there's a hero mode, I'll 100% that, whatever.
Just to that point.
And along the way, I guess I'll just see what other people have developed and then start thinking about what to do.
We're going to start giving away story elements that we don't want to show folks yet. But you did bring another video for us to take a look at that has a new gameplay mode that I don't think folks have seen before.
Yeah.
この先やっぱ実機プレイを進めるとストーリーのネタバレ的なところもしてしまうことになるので、ここまでにして、ただもう一つちょっと映像を持ってきていただいて、はい、そうですね。振り返
The first good 3D Zelda since Wind Waker. They're all good, honestly.
そうですね。
I was watching Demon 9 play Skyward Sword recently, and I was like, this looks like fun. And I don't know.
バトルっていうものが登場します。バトルロイヤルっていうのですね。
Though with a Pokemon series, obviously, using it as a communication tool, facilitating.
Well, okay, there's something.
Always been one of the things.
Zilch. There is something though. There's like.
Between players, of course. This time that's no different. We've got a.
Someone could take the attitude where it's like.
Battle Royale.
Alright, well, let's see if our crew can
Like,
load that
fuck
first
the
and
casual
then,
experience.
play.
Let's just like route this shit immediately, and
So as we get started,
just fucking immediately like.
Battle Royale and how matches are decided.
I don't know. I can see some people doing that. I feel like it will happen. People will do that right away.
3匹ずつバトルに出して、
Like an arms race or something. Trying to like establish it before it's even been like played. I don't know. It's very.
Pokemon and battles with one at a time.
I don't know how I think about it.
Video here, we're just doing one Pokemon for the sake of time.
このバトルロイヤル勝敗についてなんですけども、誰かの手持ちのポケモンが全て倒されたら試合終了となります。
So how this actually works with how it determines the winner. So this is a free-for-all battle. But whenever one of the
Yeah.
the first trainer to lose.
The thing is, strats get developed like over long periods of time, so it's not really. I feel like it's not. It doesn't make sense to speedrun it immediately,
And then
you
once the
know?
battle is over, once the first person loses all of the
Yeah.
then to determine the winner, the game tallies.
Dark Souls players speedrunning within 2 hours after the release of Dark Souls 3. Yeah, I mean,
The highest number is the winner of the battle royale.
I think people think that there's like a
Strategy as folks are playing, but
like a market for it, and they want to like
how you're gonna switch up your Pokemon to fight
they want to
another trainer.
establish
It's only a one-on-one
themselves
situation.
or
You just let the
something.
Pokemon say, "Okay, I've got
Get
this
ahead of
Pokemon,
everyone
this
else.
one." But you're worried about two other opponents here, so
Oh,
you
gosh.
have who's gonna fare best against
Three other opponents actually.
Yeah,
That's
it's
そうですね、やっぱこう今までだったらこうチーム戦とか、あとまあ1対1のポケモンバトルは、多分有だったと思うんですけども、今回はやっぱこう相手3人気にしなきゃいけないっていうのは、まあ、
Yeah, it's like a first YouTube comment, exactly.
そしてこう4匹いるポケモンの中で誰を倒すかっていうのを考えないといけません。で、例えば1匹すごい強いポケモンがいる。
And you know, sometimes that works out for people, and they get that attention that they want. They get like, I don't know, a news site being like, wow, this gamer already beat the game in 9 hours or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it is interesting how much more intense it feels. Where I'm used to just looking at the trainer in front of me and fighting them, and suddenly it's like, oh, it's 2 more trainers. They have to pay attention to everybody. And folks watching there, you may have caught that the trainers there were wearing different outfits from what we saw with the regular player characters we've shown off so far. We can't really talk about that yet, but worth noticing.
ちょっとそれぞれの見た目とかあと服装が違うっていうのはちょっと気になりました。
また気づいちゃいましたね。
やるくらいだよ。
それはあれですね、今回着せ替えが入ってます。
So yeah, you can actually customize your outfits in this game as well.
So we're just about out of time, but before we wrap up, I was curious now that you've had a chance to see some fan reaction for these games. How's it been seeing how Pokemon fans have reacted for Pokémon Sun and Pokémon Moon?
まあちょっと時間が来てしまいましたけれども、まあ今回のポケモン3分
It was the Pokemon thing over? Is it time?
まあ手応えについてお話してもらえますか。
そうですね、今回、7言語から、9言語に中文を、増やしまして、特にその中文使われている人たちからもたくさん反響いただいてまして、まあ、自分のツイッターとか、いただいてるんですけども、やっぱりこう
See, that's the thing. It's never too late.
ここからさらに
It's never too late.
まあ非常にこうみんなが喜んでくれて、
So being early doesn't matter when it's never too late.
From everyone has been really great. I get tons of messages and tweets and everything. This being the 20th anniversary of Pokemon, one of the goals we really want to kind of for the future of Pokemon, really kind of expand it to even a wider audience. And as I think we've announced previously, in addition to the 7 languages we had, X and Y and Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, we also added Chinese, simplified Chinese, and traditional Chinese. And I think a lot of especially from those regions, like fans.
Oh yeah, Mario, that was funny.
Sending me lots of great messages.
And is there anything final that you'd like to wrap up and say to fans who are watching the stream right now?
ちょっと最後にファンに向けてのメッセージということで何かありますか。
そうですね、もう今までにないチャレンジをこのソフトはサントムはしているので、皆さんすごい楽しみに待っててください。
So yeah, I think Sun and Moon, we're really doing a lot of new challenges for us here at Game Freak, so I hope everyone really just look forward to the games.
まあ自分も完全新作としてのディレクが初めてだったんで、まあたくさんの苦労があったんですけども、その甲斐があってすごいいいゲームができたので期待しててください。
Okay, so being cynical about Nintendo, I was very cynical about Nintendo in like 2008,
I know I'm definitely looking
2008
forward.
to like 2000. Like, I don't know. I wasn't interested in anything new coming out, and I just played Melee.
Please don't go anywhere. In a few moments, we're actually going to be coming back. Narcissa is going to be stopping by to show us some gameplay for a game you might be thinking about, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you.
What I was saying though is like recently, it feels like Nintendo has actually done pretty good stuff regarding Smash. Smash Wii U, I really feel like all those patches and all the characters and stuff, and like the ledge mechanics, and like I don't know. I really like the game a lot, and I know a lot of people are sort of were sort of turned off by it for some reason or another, but I think the game is really solid, even though it still needs more balance patches. But also I thought Mario Maker was like really good. Splatoon's fun. I wasn't like super into Splatoon, but that seemed good too, so I don't know, it just seemed like there was some good stuff. I mean, I guess you all know what I like to play, but just being able to hop online and play Smash all the time, and like I was really satisfied with like a lot of how Smash turned out. I'm like really satisfied with it. The only thing that makes me sad is that my hands are like incapable of playing for too long, and that actually does worry me, because if I'm gonna be like speedrunning the new Zelda, if that is something that happens, which it might happen, I would like to be able to play for like longer periods of time. I think I'm gonna like buy another wrist brace and do more hand exercises and like be more mindful and maybe get some like small things to lift because my arms are twigs, and exercise more and continue to try to stay healthy and everything. I've been going through some like rough shit kind of recently, and the last few days have been a lot to deal with. But now we're here and Zelda's coming. I worry that like I won't be able to actually fix my hand. That it'll actually just be like permanent damage. It's so quiet that I actually feel like self-conscious. I was enjoying like the background noise, and now it feels like all attention is on me, which I like sometimes, but I'm sort of just chilling, waiting for the next thing, and I don't know what to say. Oh, it's Breath of the Wild, BOTW, Legend of Zelda BOTW, Bottom of the Well. Yeah, that's true. Even Hax was able to fix stuff. He had to get surgery though, and do I need surgery? I don't know. BOTW, I'm very I'm very used to that acronym, and actually I'm very fond of it. Bottom of the Well was one of my favorite places to try to theory craft like new breaks, like different ways of getting the bomb shoes and stuff. And there were a lot of discoveries in there, and then later when Giano and I were making that Ocarina of Time hack, Bottom of the Well was one of the dungeons that I sort of remixed, and it turned out to be really like, I think I did a good job with it. I can't even remember everything though. It was like kind of complicated. Oh yeah, when your levels don't get played, it's sort of discouraging. It's like you put all this effort into it, and it's like a beautiful painting you put together, and then you go and no one plays it, you know? I'm actually kind of worried that I'm not getting enough stars in Mario Maker to actually unlock 100 uploads. I think you need 5,000 stars. I'm at 55 uploads, and I have like 2,000 some. But at the same time, my fucking motivation and creativity has sort of been diminished. And when I turn on Mario Maker these days, I can't think of like, I don't know. A lot of the levels I made when I was like stoned. I wonder if that has something to do with like the way I put together levels. But I quit marijuana because I had a panic attack. And now we're just sort of waiting for the Zelda footage. Okay, I have not played Minecraft. I'm like the only one who hasn't played it. Yeah, weed makes me paranoid. It makes me think. I feel like I get trapped in these cycles of thought where I'm like, it's like I think extremely hard. Like, what is like? Is there anything wrong? Like, what is wrong? Is there anything? I think so hard about like everything. I just sit there like my thoughts racing about everything, and I think and I think and I think and I think and I think, and then eventually, after I had the panic attack, it feels like now it's almost like this slippery slope where I'm thinking like that it's stupid. It's like I'm afraid of being afraid. It's like I don't want to feel fear because it'll make me feel worse. It'll like slip down into this like I'll just start like shaking. I've been oh god, the last few days have been like so much. And my dreams scare me. I'm scared of my dreams, and it made sleep really hard. I would like be trying to sleep and like I would feel this like tremoring in my head or something, and then it would bother me so much. It would like freak me out, and like if I actually managed to fall asleep, I'd be so worried about the feeling, and then my dreams would turn into nightmares. And then in the last few days, the tremoring that I felt, it started happening while I was fully awake. And then it became just like this background noise that's like always there. And I've been fighting it with like Xanax. And I'm gonna see a doctor today. And the stupid thing is, I feel so fucking rational. And it's like,
Hey
never mind, fuck this shit.
Live at E3, I'm Ed, here with Bill and Noriko, as well as a very special guest, Mr. Ayanuma, has joined us here. We're going to talk a little bit about a little game here that I think a lot of people are excited about, The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Before we jump
In
right
lighter
into it,
news,
though,
Zelda
Ayanuma,
footage. Let's
is there
go.
anything, a message you have to the fans?
ゼルダのね、当たり前を見直すって言って作ってきたこの、ブレスオブザワイルド、いっぱい話したいことあるんですけど、もうトレーラーも見ていただいたし、ファンの皆さんは早くゲーム見たいと思ってると思うんですね。なのでもうゲーム始めたいと思うんですけど。
So I've created this game thinking about breaking the conventions of Zelda, and I know that a lot of fans have seen the trailer and they probably want us to jump right in, so why don't we get started?
Let's do it. We're going to be showing a lot of The Legend of Zelda today, starting right here. We're going to show you what you can
Bill
do.
Trinan doesn't follow me on Twitter.
I'm going to try not to spoil anything,
Gosh.
so feel free to tune in for as long as you like.
Yeah, they're not showing the NX version today, just the Wii U. Here we go. Footage.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
This is a very mysterious place, Aonuma-san.
ちょっと神秘的な場所ですけれども。
そうですね。ゼルダの当たり前を見直すって言いながら、昔いつもと同じような目覚めるシーンが始まってますけどね。
I've talked about breaking the conventions of Zelda, but Link does start by waking up.
Keep that rooted in the tradition.
伝統を守るという感じでいいんじゃないでしょうか。
Is this the beginning of the game? Shrine of Resurrection.
this really is a mysterious place, and it's kind of very
Oh, can I turn off the commercials? Fuck. Sorry about that.
Is a Sheikah slate. Take it. It will help guide you after your long slumber.
Here we see the introduction of a very mysterious item.
的なアイテムが出てきましたが。
ゼルダって今まで剣と魔法のね、その世界だったんですけど、今回こんな何か新しいテクノロジーのような感じですね。
So in the past series, we've used swords and magic, but this time around, we introduced technology.
Fuck.
I know a lot
Trying to
of
turn off
people are
commercials.
so excited to see how that plays out in this game because that's such a great new wrinkle to add to the Zelda franchise.
このシーガーストーンがどんな感じでゲームで使われるのかっていうのをファンの皆さんが期待してると思います。
でもやっぱり宝箱が開ける。
Fuck, I'm missing shit.
He's gonna start by opening the treasure box.
宝箱からが服なんですね。
These are clothing items that you can wear.
リンク今まで裸同然でしたから。
Link was pretty much naked.
これ裸でもできるけど。
Bill, you can actually play this nude too if you want.
Is there a bunch of clothing? I'm a fan of this.
That would also make you very vulnerable to enemies, just so you know.
That will show you the way.
I love being able to dress up.
So we see here one of the functionalities of the Sheikah slates activating this pedestal and opening this door here.
So it starts.
Link, you are the light. Our light. That must shine upon Hyrule once again. Now go.
画面にジャンプっていう風に書かれてます。今回ね。
You can jump.
ボタンでジャンプするようになりました。
Oh, I like the brought back sprinting. I like that. That was one of my favorite things about Skyward Sword.
And the jump is for him to climb up the wall.
Now we see the subtitle on screen. Perhaps this would be a good time for Aonuma-san to talk about that a little bit.
サブタイトルが画面に出てきましたけども、これについてちょっとご説明いただけますか。
ゼルダってね、今までアイテム名とかキャラクター名がサブタイトルになることが多かったんですけど、今回はね、この世界そのものの名前です。
So in the previous titles, we used character names and item names as subtitles, but this time around, we wanted to showcase the world of Zelda.
And I think, especially from that sweeping panoramic shot right there, we see how much of a character the world is, how much of a presence the world is in this. And I know, hearing some of the iterations of possibilities for the subtitle, and you know, I remember the moment when I first heard Breath of the Wild, and it was just like, oh, that's the right one. It felt so right with this, in tune with the nature and the sort of expansiveness of this world.
Can you just climb up like any wall?
So Link can climb the mountain or the wall, just like you said, you saw here. So that is the green, you see the green gauge on the left. That's the stamina gauge, and you can kind of see how much he can climb by that gauge.
世界に転がっていろんなものをねどんどん手に入れることができる。
And then there's a lot of items scattered all around the world, and you can take those. You can pick those up.
任天堂といえば
And then this Nintendo, we of course have to have this item right here, mushrooms.
We love our mushrooms.
まあこのキノコは大きくなったりしませんけど。
This mushroom is not going to make Link any bigger.
Good to know.
はい。大きな岩とかもね、下に人としてこうやってその世界にあるいろんなものにこうリンクがこういろいろアクションできるんですよ。
So as you can see, Link can push off big rocks down the hill. He can use all these little items and elements and incorporate it into gameplay.
See already Bill doing some gathering, a lot of climbing here, and already there's this sense of you're just thrown into this world of exploration right off the bat.
Head for the point marked on the map in your Sheikah slate.
Somebody's calling you, Bill.
So here we get our first look at the map.
So here we get our first look at the map, this circular area here being the extent of the E3 demo that we're showing. This is a high plateau in the center of Hyrule. We'll give you just a sneak peek of how big that is, but I think you'll get to see a better look at the scale of the world later on today. No, I got a baked apple.
Yeah.
No, you cook a baked apple.
He scolded you.
Now, who is this gentleman, Mr. Onuma?
Now, who is this gentleman, Mr. Onuma? Would you like to share with people?
この男性は誰なんでしょうか。ご説明いただけますか。He's kind of mysterious looking.
一番最初のゼルダで出会ったのがこういう。
There's something really nice about this right now.
Series, I think you met a guy like this.
He says this is the Great Plateau, and he describes it
He says this is the Great Plateau, and he describes it as the birthplace of the Kingdom of Hyrule.
ハイラル王国の誕生の地、始まりの大地ということです。
もうちょっとなんか遺跡のような感じが
So you can see the temple that's very worn down.
Yes, he says the kingdom is in a state of decay.
Yes, he says the kingdom is in a state of decay.
なんか王国がちょっと崩壊しているっていう。
So I picked up a tree branch earlier.
Currently, it's all I have for a weapon. But you can see very quickly the things that I can do.
Oh.
さっき枝をピックアップしたんですけども、これが唯一の今持ってる武器なんだけども、結構いろんなことができる。You can do a lot of things, but you can't just set everything on fire.
Right.
Oh.
I think we've just seen a window into Bill's play style.
ビルのプレイスタイルが今ちょっと垣間見れましたね。
I picked up an axe, and so I can also swap my weapons out. So I'll switch over to the axe. The axe is great because I can chop down trees if I want to get to some apples.
Use all the resources.
Right? I can even chop the logs that I've cut to get firewood, which I can later use to set a campfire.
There's something so wonderful about this right now.
It's amazing. Convenient.
Yeah, I think honestly, first time I got my hands on the ROM, I spent the first 20 minutes like chopping down trees.
They have me really hyped. I hope the structure of the game is really good. Oh, hello. Oh my god, it's a Korok. Hello.
I've always been a big fan of the Korok.
Oh shit.
So these guys are actually hiding everywhere in the world here.
What do we have there? Oh, no, it looks like I've already come across the Master Sword.
Maybe you found it. Did you get it already? Did you find it?
Oh.
残念でした。
No.
Ah, everything looks amazing so far.
No way I'm gonna play something that important here.
Other than how the trees were very bad looking up close, but that's to be expected, I guess. And the aliasing. I'm just bitching about the graphics right now. I wonder if the NX version will be improved a little bit.
So I think I'm gonna run up this way. As you can see, the world is open to me. I can go any direction that I want. But I'm gonna run up here through the grass. I have a sword, so perhaps I should cut some grass. But nothing's coming out.
もうリングはダメージ受けたらどうやって回復するかって話です。
So I guess you want to know how Link can.
Aliasing is when the edge of something is like a rugged, pixelated line instead of a smooth thing. It's hard to notice here because I've shrunk the gameplay feed a little bit. And actually, most of the time I don't even notice it. You can kind of see it. It's not like a big deal. Like all the Zelda games have it. I think they all do.
Oh, he's taunting me. Oh no, I'm gonna need some help here in a bit.
Yeah, unless you're looking really close, you can't tell. Oh, the sword broke.
Oh, your shield broke.
Oh, I stole his spear.
Oh, it's sort of like they took the...
So,
Sorry, I'm gonna shut up.
this title, the weapons that Link have actually will
It's almost like taking weapons from enemies in Wind Waker, except more expanded, and you can actually keep them more, I guess. You have an inventory full of items. I love that. I love that. Like, of weapons, I mean, or like clothing and weapons and like outfits or whatever. It feels like there's a lot of potential for this game to just feel fucking really, really good, and it looks really good. I'm really excited so far.
So perhaps we'll head down and check out some of these ruins. Oh, yes.
Your heart's getting a little lower, Phil.
ハートをどうやったら回復できるかというと、そのキノコを取ってましたけど、その下にハートのマークが見えますよね。
So you can see that little heart icon on the
これはハートが半分回復することを指しています。
and it shows that you can get half of the heart back if you need it.
今回はね、草を切ったハートで回復するんではなくて、リンクは物を食べて回復します。
So this time around, you're not going to find any hearts in the grass, but you're going to be eating these food items, and you can get your stamina back up.
That's the Temple of Time, huh?
I love that notion of really having to take advantage of the resources in the world with grabbing the weapons.
Is this like the OOT, like
you're finding them in certain places and then using
like market area, and like there's Death Mountain in the background? I don't know.
It's a lot of fun.
周りにある敵の武器だったり食べ物だったり、そうやってリソースを駆使して進めていくっていうゲームのスタイルがすごく楽しいです。
そうですね。だからね、ちょっとサバイバルな感じですよね。現地でとにかくいろんなものを調達しなきゃいけない。
So it's almost like a survival game where you have to collect all these items so you can move on with the game.
Shooting the flurry rush.
あれは今敵の攻撃に対してビルがうまくジャンプで避けたんですよね。そうするとスローモーションになって敵にヒットを与えやすくなる。
So when you get a perfect timing, enemy slow.
Trousers.
Easier for you to attack your enemies.
Looks like I got a new pair of trousers, which I've been needing to pick up. So, you can see that there's quite a lot to look around at and discover in the world. I'm gonna run past those barrels there.
周りにいろいろあるので、いろいろと見
Aonuma-san, we don't have a good idea of what's going on in Hyrule here, but everything seems to be in ruin.
Pretty sure that thing was in an earlier trailer, except it was alive and shooting lasers.
So you saw these guys in the trailer, they're guardians. And they're enemies, but as you can see, these guys are not moving anymore. So there must be some sort of a time lapse.
So I know a lot of people are going to be really excited. About how you're dropping this world.
It looks so good.
You know, minimal backstory.
I love the cell shading.
In this game, other than here you are. What are you going to do? What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? And then, yeah, there's so many hints in this environment about that into something greater has happened. And I think people will be really interested to see the story sort of unfold as they play the game.
So much aliasing on the shadows. That's something that always bothered me. The shadows are always lower res, and you can see the aliasing even worse.
So I think with this title, you'll be able to learn these backstories, like you said, Ed, that you'll be able to learn them little by little on your own pace. It's not that the game is telling you, but you can kind of explore and find out on your own.
This might also be a good time to talk a little bit about the art style and just the nature of the game itself. If you look at Link and the world, it's clearly deeply inspired by Japanese animation.
今のリンクのアートスタイルなんかを見ると、日本のアニメに随分と影響を受けているんじゃないかっていうようなことが感じられますけど、どうでしょうか。
そうですね。ゼルダで言うとね、風のタクトの時にトゥーンっていう表現を使って、そのアニメーションの表現を取り入れてみたんですけれども、それはね、そういう世界が広くその自然の中にものがあるんですけど、それをはっきり分からせるためには描き込むよりももっと簡素なマイナスしていくね、削っていってはっきりそれを分からせる、こういうアニメーションの技法の方がゲームには向いてると思いますね。
So we've used this toon style before in the previous title, but in order for the players to see an item, to find an item, it's actually easier to use the animation style where you create something and then you shake off the elements. So the items will be, the users will be able to identify the items easier rather than adding on elements to the background.
なのでそのアニメーションっていうその技法を使って表現するってことがテーマで。
Oh, it's a timed demo.
それをねゲームの規模に合わせてそれを選んだ。
So the theme here is not that we wanted to create an animation style game, but we wanted to
It looks fucking beautiful. I'm in love with it.
You see here the time on the demo that people had access to on the show floor.
Yeah, we were supposed to disable that. That was.
Oh, were they?
That's all right. That's all right.
These things happen. What we can do is we'll skip through a few things.
It's an organic playthrough. It's true to the nature of the game itself.
ゲームの本当に自然な形に今沿っているので、こんなことがある。
そうですね。今日体験してもらえるものを生で皆さんに感じてもらった。
So yeah, this is something that the users will experience tonight on the show floor. So.
And I think people saw, that actually gives people at home a sense of how much time people are going to have here. And as Reggie said, nobody's going to be able to explore even just this small area that we're showing here at E3, and that speaks to just how large this experience is going to be. And I think people are going to.
Did they screw up? Can they disable the time limit right now, or did they load it with the wrong software or something?
分かった、視聴者の皆さんにも分かったと思います。
そうですね。
But in going back and talking about the art style, the colors are very reminiscent of a type of paint called gouache. And gouache was actually it's a material that is used frequently in animation, but it's also a material that's used in a style of painting that is called en plein air, or in English, open air painting, where you go out into the environment and you sit down in front of.
I want to see the game more. Oh no. Hey, thanks, Mr. White Guy.
As we started looking at the art style and its similarities to gouache and that connection, we also started to feel that the music in the game also has a very open air feeling to it. Isn't that correct, Onuma-san?
このアートスタイルも随分そうやってグワッシュとか使っているような感じのスタイルですけれども、音楽自体もとてもなんかオープンエアっていうテーマにぴったりな気がするんですけども、そこら辺のご説明っていうのをお願いできますか？
どこに行って何をするのかというような今回のゲームなんですね。あるルートに沿って遊んでってもらって、その間にこう音楽をこう盛り立ててみたいな。
So because the players will be able to explore and do anything that they want to, we couldn't use the conventional
All right, we're back in.
types of music where we know that where the users would go and we can kind
He
of
never got the trousers.
get the music more dynamic as the users explore certain areas of the map. So this time around we kind of took a different approach.
なので今回は、ゲームの BGM をですね、環境音、今大自然の中のこの音がありますけど、それに融合させるような BGM の使い方をしています。
So as you can hear, there's a lot of environmental sounds that you hear throughout the game, and then we try to blend that music, that sound in.
I wonder what the little purple. Is that like a sound thing? The little purple waveform? Do you see that? The little circle purple thing?
Throughout the game, I think.
ピアノのね音っていうのは自然の音にすごくマッチ。
And then the sounds of piano actually matches this.
And I'm not sure what the thing above that is as well.
人の内面にこう働きかけるような。
Choo choo.
And then the sounds of piano actually kind of strikes a chord in people's emotions too. So I think it works really well.
なのでリンクが何かの目的のもとで何かをしようとしているときにたまたま偶然にまたそのピアノの曲に出会う。
So when you're playing the game and when Link goes through something, and then if that piano sound happens to come on, it kind of it makes you feel so emotional just hearing that perfect match of the movement and the music.
本当の偶然の出会いなんです。だから100人いたら100人の人が違う体験をするっていう。
So the music is our intention was to, because this game it has 100 ways of playing it if there is 100 players playing it. So we kind of wanted to make that that very unique experience for every player.
I know longtime fans of the series, that's going to be one of the first things they notice. You know, there's not the constant theme music always present everywhere you go, and this new take on the sort of on the aural experience is really refreshing. It's true to the game, and it does resonate. It feels really good to play.
ゼルダファンにとっては常にこうテーマ音楽が流れているようなバックグラウンド流れているような感じではないので、やっぱり今回のBGM に関してはすごくみんな気づくと思うんですけれども違いに。でもやっぱり青沼さんがおっしゃったように本当に心にグッとくるような音楽なのですごくこのプレイスタイルになっていると思います。Yeah, I'm really happy to hear that, Ed.
Going ham with the X.
Bill continuing.
There we go.
Campaign of brutality.
Yes, I forgot to. Sorry, I forgot to put my pants on.
You
Just like any other day.
So we do have, one of the things that we're not showing in this.
Oh, it's the noise you're making?
Just a little bit is puzzle solving. You'll be seeing some of that today. You'll be seeing
explosive barrel.
And the ways to use
Watch
the
out.
objects that you discovered. But one of the things, there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of experiment with the environment and the world here in Breath of the Wild. So I'm just going to have a little bit of fun with a little project I want to try out here.
午後のセグメントでは謎解きだったりいろいろな他のマップの他のエリアの探検なんかもしますけど、ちょっと今回はビルがやりたかったビルのプロジェクトにちょっと今集中して。
Okay, well, I like that you call this setup a project, Bill. Let's see.
Oh, he doesn't have the bow.
I don't know what you're trying to do here, Bill.
Let's see. Close enough. Nope. Oh.
Get another club?
Let's see if we can make that. Oh, no, not quite.
Oh shit.
Oh.
That was nice.
I did, I survived. That was quite dangerous.
Thank you for joining us for a project.
We have a little bit of news. I think everybody has been excited for some special Zelda items coming to Miitomo.
なんかミートモに新しいゼルダのアイテムが登場するということで。
We've just been told that those items will be going.
I'm not even playing Miitomo. Am I gonna miss out on important things by not playing it?
Today to get your free Zelda themed items there. We have a lot more Zelda coming up today. As we've talked about, we're really focusing on introducing you to the world, the things you can do in the world, how you're going to be surviving. It's really all about the actions and the activities. You won't be seeing so much in terms of characters and story. So if you're the type of person who doesn't want to be spoiled, feel free to tune in all day. Yeah.
今日も午後からいろいろとキャラクターとストーリーというにフォーカスしたものではなくて、他の要素にフォーカスしたツリーハウスライブのセグメントがあるので皆さんご覧になってください。
まだまだたくさん伝えないことがありますのでよろしくお願いします。
There's so much more I want to tell you about this game, so please look forward to it.
Yes, so stay tuned. We're going to take another look at our next segment. We're going to be focused on some exploration. So thank you, Noriko, Mr. Ainuma, thank you, Bill, thank you very much for your time. And don't go anywhere. We got more Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild coming up.
I think it's time for me to make a tweet. Yeah, I don't know what this music is. I'm just like excited for the game. Yeah, sorry about the audio feedback. I could lower it on my end a little bit, and then I don't really want to wear headphones right now. Would that interfere with my hair? It might. I don't know if it would. I just want to chill right now though, without worrying about audio shit. They're just doing more Zelda after this. I have to leave in a couple hours, so I might miss some stuff, unfortunately, but well, okay, in all the Zelda games, like in okay, in Wind Waker HD, especially Wind Waker HD, the way they did the shadows, it's like when things cast shadows, the shadow that is cast is like lower resolution than, like it's lower resolution and it's kind of blurry basically, and it also is not anti-aliased. So when the shadows, when you're moving and you see the shadows moving, there's like a lot of flickering, and it sort of like jumps out as something that like doesn't look right. And that's also the case with this game. And there's also aliasing, not just the shadows, but like there's also aliasing elsewhere too. I mean, that's just the Wii U is not that powerful, you know? I wonder if the NX will have any graphical upgrades whatsoever, or if they will just sort of like keep it on sort of an even keel. I really feel like anti-aliasing is the only thing that really, I think, okay, if the NX has more power, I feel like it should go towards anti-aliasing more, because it just makes the image look crisp and beautiful. But due to the way that they render those like low resolution shadows, I wonder if like, I don't know, it depends how they do it, you know? Well, there's rumors that the NX is not that powerful, and it's like less powerful than like the Xbox One or some shit. Which is weird, because like, it's barely even an upgrade. I don't know. I don't know what the hell the NX is, really. Yes, I did notice that. And like when they pushed the boulder, it looked like when they pushed the boulder, it wasn't just on like a set path, but rather it was doing some physics, which is very cool. And like, yeah, when they hit the enemy and it slid back down. Yeah, so it looks like they're incorporating that more, and that's really cool. Well, at the moment, I imagine I would get the NX version of the game, or maybe both versions. But, like when I got Twilight Princess, I played it on the Wii, and I actually did end up sort of regretting not having the GameCube version of Twilight Princess, because that one ended up being sort of better for speedruns, but I don't know. All the categories are arbitrary. I don't give a fuck. If the NX is cool, I'll just like play it. I don't really even care about. See, I was like, I think I'd play the game in English too. I don't know. I'm not even really sure if I was to get into speedrunning it, if I would care too much about how the category is formed, or if I'd just do my own thing or whatever. I'm not even sure. I've been thinking about that as well, though. So, yeah, I don't know. The game looks so good. The things I'm curious about are like structure and like danger, like are there dangerous areas where like collecting these apples and shit is actually going to be beneficial? Like, see, okay, I'm playing hero mode on Twilight Princess HD, right? It's like, oh, there's no hearts, you take double damage, it's so hard, but then you just fucking die and you come back in like the same room and it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. So it really feels like if they want to make it difficult, then the music stopped. Oh, the music's back. If they really want to make it difficult on like hero mode or something, like how will they do that?
Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, joined by my colleagues Nate, Chico, and Narcissa. So just a few minutes ago, Anuma-san gave us an introduction to Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and the Plateau. And now we're going to do some exploring and just check out a little bit more of what the Plateau has.
Alright, we're back for more.
Oh, go ahead. Let's do it. Let's do some climbing.
Yeah. So Mr. Anuma and Bill kind of looked around the bottom of the temple. So now I'm gonna go up and see how the world will look like.
It should be noted that the first time I found this temple, I tried to climb up the other side where there's no ladder, and I fell and I died.
Yeah, I didn't know there's another.
You did that and you felt so proud of yourself.
Yeah.
And it was only later you walked around. I was like, oh, ladder.
Yeah, well, the game is encouraging you to climb. What can I say? I figured I was doing the right thing.
You have to be careful.
Daddy.
No!
We already had Bill set himself on fire. It's alright.
Yeah.
I don't think it's...
That means we have to ramp it up now. We're just gonna, we have to beat him, I think, on the glorious death run.
Then I'm just gonna go up. Challenge it. Ooh, this is my favorite moment. When I go up to the peak, I can actually see the sun coming up.
Yeah, it's kind of scary actually how many times I've done that playing early builds of this game where you just sort of you want to get to high spaces so you can just look around different times of day, different weather, you know, just the scenery is so fantastic.
Yeah, it's interesting how much it changes, and especially here since we don't have any control as we're showing this game off to what the weather's going to do, so it's nice right now. We've got a good scene to show.
Oh, weather.
So since this is an exploration segment, I kind of want to try to explore more, and then I'm going to try to head toward the highest peak in this plateau, which I think
Cool. All right.
Yes. So I'm going to use the scope. Using the scope, you can actually using the scope, you can actually pin so you can see things, so you can see where you're heading toward. So right now I'm right here.
Oh, this is really cool.
And I'm trying to go to the Mount Hylia, the highest peak on this plateau we're on.
It's probably thinking this is just the plateau that we have visible here, but this is a tiny portion of the world.
Yeah.
This is how the world is.
Having the topographical details on the map too are hugely important. It's like when you look at it, when you're sitting there staring at your map.
There's something floating in the sky in the distance.
You have huge elevation gains that you have to get over. Planning your route becomes really important.
Yeah. And just for the Treehouse Live, Anuma gave us a very special.
Oh, this is cool.
Use the paraglider in this one. So I'm gonna try to take the scenic route.
You're going in the drink. You're going in the water.
Oh, no. We're gonna make it.
I will make it. Yes. Oh wait, there's something.
Resources.
Shiny. That's actually one thing I found really useful about being able to plan your location before you actually get going, because the number of times I've gotten waylaid by collecting stuff or hunting, or I'm totally off of where I intended to go, and then I can check and be like, oh yeah.
Longer than Skyward. They said it was like the biggest single project they've ever done.
It's not like you're gonna find, this incredible sword or whatever nook and cranny, but there's always something. It's like whether it's an apple or it's something that you're gonna use later on. There's stuff. There's secrets everywhere, so you get really distracted.
And I cover everything I see.
I feel like I just saw Bill doing a naked
speedrun.
Luckily, we're going a different route. He went down the path. We're going up.
Yep, we're going to the different direction. So this is actually the peak or the cliff Link first come out from the Resurrection Cave, I think. That's where it was.
Yeah, Link has the blue outfit on now.
Hey, in case anybody's wondering too, because we
obviously just went through Mr. Onima's section. The first time you pick something up, it stops and tells you what it is, but thereafter, if you pick up the same item, you're not going to get interrupted with sort of that little text bubble telling you what it is. You just pick it up and just keep rolling.
So my destination is actually behind me, but I'm going to try to go around this
Cave. Are we going in?
cave. Do some climbing.
I love Australia. It's so interesting how with this game, so much of it is being able to take your adventure into your own hands, do whatever you want to do, go where you want to go, and starting the game, one of the first things you can do is just run yourself.
Dive off the cliff. Yeah, I totally did that.
Yeah, I found I've made many entertaining mistakes as I've been exploring, and I've got a little maybe over enthusiastic.
But I mean, somebody could have, instead of going down that path, as the game sort of gently guides you to do, somebody could have just taken a left out of that cave and come right up here if they wanted to.
Yep.
And then they'd get in trouble.
Decide what to do. Oh, wait.
I guess that's what the noise meter is for, to let you know if you're being loud. Scaring away animals.
Chico likes to shoot everything that moves, but you don't have to do that, of course. Obviously, you can survive and play this entire game without hunting innocent animals like Chico. Well, no, and bad animals.
I'm an animal lover, so
girls gotta eat.
And actually, this is something that folks probably noticed during the Anima segment, that this area is really taken over by Macaulay, so you have to be really
What is this?
hills. Like, there are all these little encampments that you can run across, and depending on which direction you come at them from, you could be climbing from the other way, crest that hill, and suddenly you're smack in the middle of this camp.
Is that a bomb?
Look at the view from that camp. That is where I would camp.
and they have meat. I want meat.
Nice roll.
So much for the peaceful.
You missed it.
That's a cool bomb.
Oh, wait.
That's right, they're stupid.
Yeah.
They're like, that was just an exploding grasshopper. Just went over there and blew up. Nice roll.
Oh, maybe not. I think there's a bomb.
You got a good
Fuck it, just fly in and kill him.
Oh, you went over the side. Chico, come on. These dudes are chilling. They're like, we got our permit, we got our giant hunk of meat, we're gonna have a little camp. No, they're bad. They're bad creatures.
Look at this giant meat.
Yeah, you gotta grab that.
Yes, I have.
It's so delicious.
Oh, seared. That would have been a good meal for them.
Yeah, well, I will enjoy it for them.
Oh, how fast you can pan the camera? Yeah, I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention.
And now you're gonna burn their stuff. That's good. Sort of oh, there might be something in there.
Yeah, people are gonna be able to play this. I'm not going to be able to.
That rolling issue we were having over that crest there, but you have to take physics into account whenever you're doing anything in this game.
Look at that. There's something more.
Oh yeah, go down there.
It's going to have a really real effect on what's going on.
Is there a wind direction?
So this is stuff everywhere. So this is ore. You can of course whale on this. You can also blow it up. Various minerals and other things. You gotta save that axe. It's like, I'm gonna need that.
Remote bomb.
A square bomb.
Wait. So there are two different types of remote bomb in this one, and the square one is much easier to just keep it in place.
Oh.
Big old cloud just went overhead.
Actually, could we look up for a second? I just want to see if that cloud's...
Yeah, hold on.
It might have been a zeppelin. I'm just kidding. There's no zeppelins in this game. This weather, I think.
I was hoping a storm was rolling in and everything was going to start getting all super.
There's another camp over there.
The shadow from the cloud looked really nice, though.
This game is that many of the goblins actually live in the camp instead of just scattering around.
Yeah, that's true. You kind of run into, obviously you run into some monsters that are just sort of wandering the environment, but they actually have their own little communities. They'll gather in camps and
just having fun, jumping computer,
making their evil plots.
I like Chico's showing right here, right now, is that you have all this environment to explore and at your own pace, and you can just climb everything and just try to investigate in different ways and take different paths. It's not linear or anything. You just choose your own adventure.
There's so much hidden goodness to find, right?
So if that cliff had been higher, like her stamina wheel basically, it allowed her to get that high. But like if that had been a higher cliff, you probably would have had to find it.
Yeah, so I kind of have to know like what's my limit before I start climbing up.
getting into some serious elevation here. I love this about the game. It feels like look around for just 1 second, Chico. I love how the natural progression of the environment sort of looks like you would expect, sort of as you go up into like sort of mountain meadows and stuff like that. You'd expect the trees to change. You know, you'd expect some more like sort of wild meadows, and then as you get into an area with snow, it's like the transitions feel really like a natural world to me.
Looking in that other direction, there's a very ominous direction on the horizon.
Let's not go there today.
Stay
Trying to stay on the flat.
Catch the butterfly.
Oh, wait, I couldn't take that.
I don't know if we're going to be able to stop Chico from just sort of going attacking him. That's all right. No, it's good. Especially because it illustrates that you really can approach this 1,000 different ways. I mean, the last one you sort of sent in some bombs to introduce yourself to him, but didn't have to. Sentry. He doesn't see you. No, he definitely doesn't see you now.
The enemy AI is really interesting because depending on what you're fighting,
Did they notice me?
these guys behave a certain way. Different enemies will behave more aggressively or more cautiously. But I probably noticed that there was a section there with that first map where they actually had picked up that weapons fire. They were able to get involved. Before they grab their weapons, it might have been easier, but then they have a chance to grab their gear. So like you can grab each other's gear.
Yeah, if you sneak in and grab their weapons, they basically sit there and try to pick up their yeah, it's like, get out of camp! Or you can, Chico just use an axe there, which you can actually use to knock shields out of enemy hands. The heavier weapons can knock out shields. Then picked up his weapons, and now it's like, what is this dude going to do? It's not going to do anything. Yeah, check him out. I think that was dirt. That might have been some dude.
Let's call it dirt.
Yeah, I think it's dirt.
Seems safe.
Oh, there's a straggler there.
Something more unpleasant. And it's actually interesting too that right now we're fighting during a fairly nice sunny clear day, but how this would go and also how the goblins would behave might be very different if you came back here at night.
Ooh. I guess the chest is like locked until you kill the enemies, and then the eyes light up, and you can open it.
Afterwards, do if you want, but in general, I'm sure Chico wouldn't do that. She would leave.
Instead of it just spawning. Which is kind of nice, because then you know it's there. It's probably a better way of doing it.
But essentially you can interact with everything in this environment. Like there's steel boxes on the screen right now. Just Chico can't really interact with them, but later on in the later segments we'll talk about like how you can open it.
Oh, that terrain over there is so cool.
Yeah, it looks sort of like desert buttes. Not going there today. We are staying on the plateau.
Yeah. But there's this suspicious rocks or stone pillars, so of course
Oh yeah, I haven't seen any rupees. That's an interesting observation.
Yeah, no, that
You saw an amiibo icon? I did not see that.
Yeah, look at that. They got
Oh, they did say that the that this amiibo does something in this game. It does something if you have like clear data from Twilight Princess HD or something. Well, I would assume rupees would be the currency. But yeah, I don't see like a rupee counter or anything. Oh, they have an HP. You can see their HP.
I could talk to any other person in the office and we've had a completely different experience.
Yeah, totally. So Chico, just what we were talking about, that Chico basically scouted this camp with her Sheikah slate, and you can see that actually by identifying the individual enemies, you can see how strong they are. And yeah, it looks like there's a serious one back there.
Yeah.
I don't think you may not be geared up.
Not right now.
Give it a pass.
So,
Let's go. Let's go to the peak. You can also see that she's got, once you marked that spot on her map, you can see it down on the mini map. So even if it's not specifically in the little radius of your immediate map, you'll at least have a beacon to go.
Oh, actually, since those guys will probably be fun to fight maybe later if we have time.
Link is cold.
First, she's got to get geared up. Chico is very cold.
It's always so sad to see Link, like, animation thing freezing.
Yeah, but before I go, I definitely map that thing. I think it was on this Narcissa.
Yeah, that's it right there.
So we'll use the
Skull.
Skull.
Go skull.
To be killed later.
To be killed later.
That's death. You don't want to go there. I don't know.
So what Chico just did, obviously, was she went to a colder zone. You can see from the temperature gauge there that she went somewhere that was beyond sort of her current.
Oh yeah, it is a temperature gauge.
You're gonna lose health if you
above the noise meter.
otherwise warm yourself.
There's time of day as well. See that PM? 6:05 PM.
Put on a nice little tunic.
There's time. There's like noise. There's temperature.
Take a dip in that lake. Ever do that?
Huh?
Polar bear club. Come on.
Refreshing, I guess.
No polar bear club.
Well, they said it only shows the HP if you identify the enemy, I think, or maybe it. Oh, maybe it still shows the bar.
What is that stuff?
Oh, you're right.
Choo-choo jelly. Lot of stuff in this game. I don't even know what that stuff does. Because I've been playing this game forever. Have you ever made anything out of jelly? You gotta be able to make something.
I don't know, cooking?
So we kind of touched on it, but maybe we could talk about how with this game, like the weather changes and it actually affects like gameplay itself.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, I mean, among other things, it makes it so that nobody's gonna have the same.
Could it have too much complexity for its own good? If these items are mostly useless and you can just power through the game without them, then that would be a little bit disappointing.
Behaves differently. I mean, sudden downpours can put out campfires and stuff like that. So it really is dynamic, and that's in the truest sense of the word. It's dynamic.
Is that an ice keys? What is that? Ice keys, right? Yeah. Hello.
Even that'll affect how you explore.
I think how rain affects climbing because it's so slippery. It's just a lot harder to climb, so you're not going to be able to hit things. And every once in a while, you're going to hit a point where maybe you just have to wait for the weather to pass.
Yep, totally. Which I never do. I'm like, I'm going somewhere else. There's always something else to do around the corner. I'm not gonna wait.
You can sprint, yes. It uses the stamina meter, which is, I thought, was one of the best additions in Skyward Sword. And you can see it on screen right now. Stamina is also used when you climb.
Straight line, I climb over absolutely everything in my path, unless I don't have the stamina to do it.
I don't think Chico's following a straight path, though.
She was sticking a little bit to it.
Just a little bit to it, you know? I find these moments when you're cresting a climb. Uh-oh, I have to get really kind of anxious.
Gotta pause.
Can you roll? I would assume so.
You're going all the way to the peak for this.
You could roll in Skyward Sword.
But it's so pretty. Can I make it? Can I make it?
Yeah, you'll make it. Sunset's nice. Oh, that's alright. It's still nice.
It's really interesting cloud cover moving over there.
Sit back, crack an elixir, you know. Enjoy it.
Can you backwalk? I would assume if you Z-target and backwalk, it would work, but also be very slow.
Wait, no, it says search. You gotta grab something. Alright. You need resources.
Just want to see what's around.
Oh, man.
This is the highest peak on the plateau. But of course, there's more higher stuff outside the plateau.
Yeah,
so you guys have to explore it later.
That's crazy to think about, actually. This seems like it should be the highest point in the entire land. It's definitely not.
Or they make the most fun thing cost stamina. You mean climbing? I mean, if you have unlimited climbing, maybe that's that's too empowering. Making locations more inaccessible is kind of exciting too.
Sights that are really going to catch your eye as you look over the horizon.
I know. I'm so distracted by all this stuff now. I want to mark all those shrines. Go to those.
So I have still a waterfall over there, so I'm going to try to go.
You're giving me vertigo.
Yeah, this is something that I don't think we even have on the demo on the floor. So folks who are here are going to get to play with this. It's only folks who are watching this room they get to. Hopefully watch us not. We'll fly into the water.
That's a Stalfos.
His head. Oh, nice shot.
Is that really a Stalfos? I don't think it is. Is it?
Oh, grab it. Oh. That's alright. We can use that for something.
Make a necklace? I don't know.
I don't think we can do that. Can we do that? Gross. Necklace of teeth.
Is it high enough? Am I high enough?
Yeah, totally.
I'm going to do snowboarding.
That's right. I know, that's right.
Oh wow, actually, take a look at the moon over there. It's come out.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's just over there. Yeah, I have to go up.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Hill first. Or not.
I normally just wait in there.
I mean, they come out at night. But I was thinking they'd be like stall bokoblins or something, because usually Stalfos is reserved for the more fearsome skeletons, not these like, I don't know. I guess the Stalfos in it. Oh, frozen.
I was wondering if you could take that jump actually, if we start high enough.
I'm sorry, I was murdering this bat. It's keys. I know, it's keys. Oh, I should call out my friend.
So many items. Ice key swing. I wonder what that could be used for. I hope it's not like, bring me 70 ice key swings and I will craft you an item that you don't need. I hope it's like a little more sophisticated than that.
You can't ride on that thing forever and expect it not to take damage. You might need it,
Yeah, exactly. With
70 is the wrong number. It'd be like 20.
They have also their own stats, so the more you use them, the more you wear them.
You want to save your favorites for special occasions?
Yeah. The cool thing that I actually found out is that if you're shield surfing, you can do other things.
Fire arrow ×5. That's cool. You individually collect fire arrows. Hey, Prague. What's up? Thank you.
Hang on a second, Chico wants to blow a tree up.
Set more things on fire.
I think you can leave the tree be. Come on.
Does it just go through? Would have been cool to light it on fire. I still owe you pizza.
Okay, so there's a waterfall. So usually when there's a waterfall, you know
Zelda 1.
it's gonna be there.
The first Zelda has taught us this.
Oh,
Check
yeah,
waterfalls.
Super cold. Yep.
Nice save.
Go in the cave. Or is it just like a tiny loop to the back of the waterfall, which it is? Yeah, okay. Oh, lots of treasure.
Nice.
Durable blade, that seems good.
A really good trope. So I mean, we were talking about that earlier. There's little stuff everywhere. So I mean, you might look behind it in a little nook and cranny that looks suspicious, and sometimes you might find an awesome trope like this that has tons of treasure chests. But sometimes you might find some apples or some acorns or something like that. But all of those things have value. Like there's never a time when you're sort of looking around and see something suspicious and you're like, oh, why did that come in this corner? There's just stuff everywhere, and it's all useful. I don't think we're talking about all about it in this segment, but we'll probably go into some of the details of how you
Ingredients, yeah, for crafting or something.
Sometimes in the middle of a hard battle, an apple is the most valuable treasure you've got. He's like, 1 second, I have to eat this. Give me a second.
More fire arrows, that's the last thing we need to get. More fire arrows, that's the last thing we need to get.
Wait, did they say there's a limit to the inventory? Is that what they said? I wasn't. I kind of missed something, maybe.
Wait, are you talking about the real tree?
Yeah, not our actual tree.
Okay.
We got time.
I think this might be a threat bad days. I'm wasting it. Oh,
Those are.
I'm not wasting it.
Cool guys.
That didn't look really cool though.
That's probably the right weapon to use if you really want to damage an enemy that's made out of ice. I would imagine fire arrows are probably the thing to do.
But if you use them all here, we can't go burn stuff later.
That's right. That's how Chico has to manage her
Thing like
resources.
blew up.
Do you really want to burn this thing?
Oh, I had to drop stuff in order to pick up the sword. Okay, gotcha.
Hey, wait, double check your map. I was trying to remember where you stuck that skull. Oh yeah, it's on that side. So yeah, we did. I think we were starting to say this earlier, Sam. That you can. We saw a link.
What was that? The magnet thing. Yeah, what is that? Oh god, is the bomb gonna blow up? Oh wow, the tree. That's really cool.
It's only death and destruction.
Korok leaf.
Wow, you got a Korok leaf out of it. That's good. That shows.
I love playing with Chico.
I actually watched her shoot a butterfly with an arrow once.
Really?
Yeah.
That really
I didn't know you could do that, but she
Egg there,
Shouldn't be allowed
so
to do
I
that.
had to try it.
That's impressive.
He told me he can do it, so I had to try it. Make sure I can do it too.
Your little explosive demonstration back there, though, we should call out that, you know, obviously that tree fell down because it was in a destruction zone. You see trees, I mean, you can damage them. I think when people saw the trailer and there was that sort of sequence.
Traveler's bow is badly damaged.
It's not like that's the only tree chopped down. It's like basically chopped down anything you see. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, back, he's got his head.
Hit his arm.
I will. Actually, let's look at that. Let me take a closer look at one of the arms what's there.
Oh.
There's this one in front of me there.
Oh, he's put him. Chico, what I want you to do is take his arm and then beat him with it.
It's right. Oh, it's grab that one. Oh, wait. He took it. Oh, gross. Yes.
Oh, can't carry it.
So I can't. So I have to. I already have enough.
Maybe did you
weapons. So yeah.
The arm is way
Oh no.
Oh, he's got it back on. Putting it back on. Sorry.
You are getting outwitted by things that they have no brains.
Are you saying I?
There it is.
Well, I have a root in her intelligence.
Nice.
There you go.
Got it.
Did I take it?
Yeah, you did.
You got it.
So we gotta equip that for a second, I think, just to show it off. It's so creepy.
It's really creepy.
The hands moving. That's nice.
There you go. That guy too. That's right.
It really is fun experimenting with things that you maybe don't think of as weapons.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, we already showed it obviously in Mr. Andy's segment, but going out of that cave and instead of being handed a sword by an old man, getting a crappy branch sitting there on the ground.
What is that thing on the ground in front?
That arm is pretty creepy when it's sheathed too, because it's still like clawing at the back of.
What was that?
Grabbing it.
To the left.
It's intimidating.
Oh, it's gone.
He's got like a moving severed arm on his back.
So we've got a little bit of time left. We'll see if we can check out that.
Oh, that was a cool attack.
Before we wrap up.
Chico's gonna mount an assault. I'm psyched to see this. And then she's gonna ride the waterfall.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and try that once. It's dramatic.
There's no way they have the range over here. You can just bomb them.
I like the word epic. I thought it was an epic ending. I have to. Oh, it's almost better anyways.
That's right, you got a spare bow. That bow is better anyways. They got better tech than you. Oh, they have no idea.
Wow, that was a nice shot.
Nice shot.
Oh. Whoa. Good aim. Oh, no.
A little low. Compensate for the wind shear. Oh. Oh, he shot back.
I knew that shot would be like, oh, it still hit though. I thought it was a little low.
Well, that's about all the time that we've got here today, but we'll leave the fate of those bokoblins up to folks' imagination. We'll let them be for now.
Okay, what next?
Thanks, guys, for swinging by and doing some exploring with us. Folks who are watching, please stay tuned. We're going to be right back with
More. Alright, excellent. Alright, I got about like 2 hours before I have to stop streaming. So far so good. I think the game looks really good. I wonder if they'll reveal anything else other than like, because so far it's been like, that was a lot of like playing with environment. Well, they kind of said they weren't gonna like show story stuff, right? Hey, thanks for subbing. Thank you. A boss? Yeah, they might show a boss. Maybe. Or like a dungeon? I don't know. I'm really curious about the structure of the game. Because yeah, there's a shitload of stuff you can wander around, find, and do, but what does it take to like complete your journey through the game? You know what I mean? Like what do you have to do? And how useful is all the exploration? Because it seems like all the exploration lets you attain items and stuff that you may need. I just worry that like maybe you don't really need much of it, and I don't know. I could see I'm in like I'm thinking about speedruns now, obviously. I'm fucking thinking about it, and I'm like, well, what if the speedrun is like run immediately to objective, pick up this item along the way, you know, trigger the cutscene and like run immediately to this next objective. I don't know. I don't know what the structure. That's why I'm interested in the structure a lot, because it sort of forges what the run could be like, and it would be so cool if the speedrun was really awesome. And I'm interested in running it, I think. But I mean, obviously I want to play through it casually first. And I talked about this before. It's not like I just want to play it for speedrunning it. It looks beautiful, it's fun to explore, and looks really good, but it'd be really cool if like if that survival aspect of it that they're sort of talking about, where you're like collecting stuff, if that was really critical and important, like an important component of the game, and not something you can just skip and blow through and avoid. And so that's why structure feels really important. You know what I mean? But yeah, so far I'm very impressed. It looks like really good. Oh really, Loaf? That's cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play the shit out of it when it comes out. Similar to the Souls games. Yeah, I see what you mean. Despite me not being that familiar with the Souls speedruns. Yeah, they did not show any currency. There was no rupees at all. Hello, everyone. Give me a minute here. With their own currencies? That would be fascinating. See, they talk about how it's like the most massive single game project they've ever done. And so that's why I'm hoping that you can't just blow through everything and skip everything, you know what I mean?
I'm Sam, joined by my colleagues Audrey and Teresa. And I know over the last couple segments, folks have seen some really interesting locations from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, kind of off in the distance. But in this segment, Audrey, you're actually going to take us into a couple of the shrines that
we're going to get up close and personal with some shrines. You're right. So first, I'm starting up here on Resurrection.
Here we go, more.
And it's really tall. I don't know if you can tell, but it's really tall. But that's great because it gives me a good vantage point for the entire Great Plateau.
1 second.
We're here to look at. We're here to get some shrines. So while I'm up here, I'm going to actually pull out my Sheikah slate and my scope and try and place some pins so I know exactly where I'm going to go. This is going to be super handy because this is just the starting area, but it's huge. And I tend to wander. I'm a known wanderer, so I need these pins to kind of help get me back on track whenever I go after some bokoblins that I probably shouldn't have.
So I wonder if we could pop into the map for a second and just show folks exactly what the distance is between these two shrines.
Yeah, so those two shrines, I'm up here, so I made them look pretty close together, but they're actually pretty far apart. So those pins are going to come in handy. There's my first shrine, and I'm not supposed to have this yet, but I do. So I'm going to jump using
Okay, sorry about that.
paraglider. I'm going to soar to the ground and head off to my first shrine.
It's so satisfying.
Alright, I think I missed a little bit, but it's okay.
I'm going to try and not run out of stamina. That would be kind of bad. Let's do this, Link. We're ready. Come on, I can make it. Almost. Okay, that's pretty close, though. That's pretty good. Now, we're going to go and see what this shrine is all about.
So I wonder, can we chat a little bit more about what the significance of the shrines is as far as why folks would want to hunt these out?
That's right. So I don't want to give too much away, but basically, if you beat the challenges in the first 4 shrines, you'll get something which will.
Alright, what is this?
At the end of this shrine, and you can exchange that for the paraglider, which I already have because I just wanted to play around with it. But normally you're gonna have to actually go through the trials to get it. And in the game at large, again, I'm not gonna spoil anything for anyone, but.
Alright, there is an amiibo symbol. Yeah, you're right.
In the full game. Now we're finally entering the shrine. I used my Sheikah slate. It verified that I am the hero, so I'm going to be able to get inside here.
And worth mentioning too, you just mentioned 4 shrines that have a special significance, but there are actually over 100 shrines in this world. There are loads of them to find and loads more goodies to.
So many shrines, and dungeons, and there's just a lot to do in this game. We're just going to take a look at the first couple here, but there's a lot.
It's interesting actually thinking about how people might approach playing this game when they first head out in the plateau, depending on which direction they head, what they end up doing. These might not be the first 2 that folks run into when they're playing the game, but these are definitely 2 that give you a really nice introduction to what the shrines are all about.
It's just like you said, we're calling them the first 2 shrines. That's because they're the first 2 you probably should go to, but this game is really all about freedom and exploration. You can do anything.
That's crazy. Any order.
But
actually, can we take a look kind of like up and around because it's
this is a really cool looking place.
It is really pretty.
All kinds of shiny lights.
Actually, the entry to our booth looks just like this.
Oh,
it's so
booth is
cool
gorgeous.
It recreated.
It's really cool what they did with the constellation motif.
Looks like some metal slabs on the floor that I can't do anything with just yet, but anybody who's been playing Zelda knows if you see something that looks like you should be able to interact with it yet, but you can't, you wait. You just wait. Now, what I just did is I found this little platform here, and I put my Sheikah slate in it, and that's going to actually update my Sheikah slate with a brand new rune ability. Rune abilities allow Link to do all kinds of different cool things, not just in shrines, not just in dungeons, but all around the world. You can solve puzzles, you can find treasure chests, you can do all kinds of things. This one here we just got is the Magnesis rune, and just like it probably sounds, it's going to let us actually have a magnet-like ability. We're going to be able to pick up and interact with metal objects. So, we're going to have some fun with this.
I gotta say, after seeing this, updating my devices feels kind of lackluster, honestly. Agreeing to a terms of service agreement just doesn't have the same flair as that.
Why don't you let me do stuff?
It's like the Sheikah slate allowed you to entry into here. Now you've got all these special powers on it too. It's like the multi-passes of multi-passes.
Yeah, I want to be able to put my phone down and just have this magic Sheikah update process happen.
As you can see here, I've activated the ability using L, and I can kind of see the things that highlight as yellow. Those are things that I can interact with. So those big metal slates that I couldn't do anything with, boom, now I'm just throwing them around like they're nothing. The power. Link is drunk with power. Maybe that's just me. So I got those out of the way. Now, boom, I can actually enter the shrine and see what's going on. Yes. Let's see what kind of mayhem we can do with this. And this is just, again, we've already looked around, but this is a really cool looking shrine. It's just really, really particular. Oh, see, I can't get past this big wall of stones, but luckily one of them is made of metal, so it stands no chance against me and my Magnesis rune. So,
talk a bit more about how it is that you're controlling this power.
So I'm using, like I said, I activated the ability with L, and I can actually...
Feels like there's so much more physics in this game than the previous Zelda games.
And I'm gonna guy's actually really powerful. He can do some real damage to me. And so I can actually... Oh no, I need you. I'm not done with you. I'm going to push you in the water. Yeah, you don't like that, do you? I'm going to drop that on your face. That's what I think of him.
It's interesting that
drop some goodies.
It's interesting that that's one way you can deal with that enemy, but other players might find different ways too. It's really interesting to see how you tackle the different puzzles.
And that's what this game is all about. The way I play.
So is this a dungeon? I guess it's a shrine. I don't know what this is really.
So, again, we've walked across this metal slate here, but that's not going to help me get across this big gap. So, we're going to have to use our puzzle-solving abilities. And again, I'm going to lift up this metal slate and create a little bridge for myself. Oh, gently, gently, boom. Now we can get across. And look at that. That's a shiny, shiny treasure chest. We're not just going to pass that by. Oh, no. Come to me, treasure. Come to me.
I guess you can't reel them in. You can only... I'm not sure.
You can just cause all kinds of mayhem with the Magnesis rune. It's pretty great. Yay, got a bow.
Actually, one thing that folks might have been wondering when we solved that puzzle to get across that gap is maybe why we didn't just climb.
Not gyro. Well, I wonder about the NX controller and like what functions it'll have compared to the Wii U gamepad.
Climbing everything. So a lot of these walls are really smooth, so Link can't actually climb up them. That's why he's gonna have to. Hey, I told you to open. Stay open. Don't make me get mad. Okay, so we finally made it to the end of this dungeon, and look, it's a mysterious dude. Let's talk to him. Let's see what he's got to say. And you may have noticed there was a mysterious voice speaking to us at the beginning of the shrine. That was him. He set up this trial, and he's been watching me cause mayhem with this.
Sorry about the audio not being perfect.
He did. He's okay with it though. Yeah,
He just raided his home, like opened everything, destroyed everything.
Broke his pet robot thing.
Yeah, right? So is the Guardian.
He's just been waiting for someone to cause mayhem. It's so lonely in here.
Although, to be fair, he looks like he's been waiting
Defeat Ganon.
Very long time.
Probably any entertainment at that point is worth
He looks
it.
gorgeous though. He clearly moisturizes. Let's be real. But now he's telling me that he's the one who set up this trial basically, and to reward me for solving it, not only do I get this cool Magnesis rune, he's actually going to give me a spirit orb. The spirit orb, if I collect 4 of them, it's what I can exchange to the old man for the paraglider, which I already have, wahaha. But as I said, you collect them throughout the game from all of the other shrines, and they serve a different purpose in the full game. It's okay, Link.
Link looked a little bit untrustworthy. He's like, what is this?
It's not every day. Not every day you have a spirit orb absorbed into you.
Seriously, I'm impressed with how this guy has this pose mastered. He's seriously dedicated in his yoga stance.
He's very, very flexible.
I think the work that the developers did to really build the atmosphere in the shrines is amazing. There's just such a, especially when you go into them, you kind of feel it.
Oh yeah, it feels very mystical and very magical.
And now we get to go
never know what's
outside
gonna happen.
and cause some mayhem with the Magnesis rune.
You know me so well, Sam.
Well, now we've got it. We should try it out.
Absolutely. It would be a disservice to the Magnesis room to not cause intense mayhem to everyone who crosses our path.
Seems fair.
Let's do just that.
The audio is fine for me. I'm sorry if it's weird on the stream.
But I'm a new Link. I've got new abilities.
So these boxes actually look really similar to a segment that Chico just did, and before she couldn't open it, but Audrey's actually has the skill now to check out what's inside.
And I can see all these different things that I can interact with in the world. As we've mentioned earlier, these
Oh, and I can lower my mic when I'm not talking. That would actually fix it, right?
Game, shrines, dungeons, the world at large. Treasure. They are for treasure. So I fished out 1 treasure chest. I'm just going treasure fishing, you know, doing what I do. Oh yeah.
I like this type of fishing.
Ooh, it's the best type of fishing, really.
It's so interesting thinking earlier on you might have walked by this little patch of water and really thought nothing of it. And it's only when you have this rune and you activate it and you actually take a look down the bottom that you realize there's stuff hidden all over the place.
It's a whole new way to look at the world.
Yeah.
And now
I don't know if you can like reel those
Get out
things
of my
in,
face.
or if you can
I
just
don't need
like.
you.
Oh.
That was
I guess
cruel. I'm
they
sorry.
keep the same
And it's
distance
actually
from
interesting.
you.
It
I don't
looks
know.
really decorative, like it was maybe a piece of architecture at one point.
It's pretty. I was harsh on it.
I love the art style in this game. It's kind of watercolory, but there's all this intricate detail as well. It's just so gorgeous.
It's really, really beautiful, and everything is so alive. So I should probably head on to the next shrine, but first I'm gonna grab a toy. I could grab one of these boxes, but I have a little friend here.
Oh, actually, should we open up the boxes?
Ooh,
maybe see if there's anything worth keeping.
That's a good point. Okay, you've convinced me.
I like that.
Smashy, smashy.
Ooh, treasure. See,
That could become
nice.
handy.
Prime steak. See, Sam was right, as she often is. So,
Bam.
Teresa had mentioned that earlier, and I felt bad that we weren't able to show this off during that earlier segment because there was one just
now
right
we
there.
actually get to show the skill. It's really cool.
You're
so
right.
again, it's like anything in the environment is interactable, and it's just so much fun, and it's so gratifying to just explore every nook and cranny and just try everything
and break junk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it's really
It
interesting.
looks really
sharing
fun
this
to play
people.
with.
And there's so many times you're like, oh, you found this thing? And they're like, what thing? You're like, oh. Now we got to talk about what we found in the weird little nooks and crannies of the world, because it's so easy to miss things. But then hopefully somebody else will hook you up with the information about where to go.
Everyone's going to play a little differently, but hello, old friend. This is my good friend, Boldy.
Oh no.
I'm going to use
looks
good old
dangerous.
Boldy.
I think I know where this is going.
Oh, yes. We're going to cause some mayhem. Luckily, as you can see, I told you I have a tendency to wander, and good thing I have that pin on this map, because otherwise I would just run around killing things and breaking things for all eternity. But I kind of have a kingdom to save, so that maybe is not the best idea. So instead, I'm going to grab Boldy here. Oh, hello, friends. I'm going to go say hi to my friends over there.
Nice.
They look like they're having a nice, peaceful conversation
Buddies.
down there.
Oh, y'all are so peaceful and cute. Wow. Now you're dead. Oh no. I deserved that. That's the worst part. You know
they
what?
saved you.
He
Oh, you know, maybe I'm just going to use my weapon. You let me
That works
down,
too.
Boldy. It's over between us.
And so the adventures end.
It's over.
Between Blink and Boldy. So sad.
I just got to go on my way, Boldy. You go your way.
It's interesting, though, thinking of how you make this game your own. If you wanted to, you really could carry that boulder with you on all of your adventures. It could be a beautiful buddy comedy. But I mean, if that's how you want to play, that's how you get to play.
That might be how I play the game. We'll see. Ooh. Hello, guys.
Oh, there's a lot of
Should I mess
firepower.
with them?
I mean, we're here.
Oh, okay, we are here. Okay, maybe I'll go steal. No, I have a mission. I have a mission, darn it. I'm gonna go towards it. See, there's so many ways to distract yourself in this game. Things to collect, things to kill. I feel really bad about harping on bokoblins, but they just happen to
I have
be
no
the
idea how
enemy in
rupees
the
are gonna
Great
work. I'm not
Plateau
really
area,
sure.
so
Have we seen any
get a
yet? I
lot
think
of my
someone in the chat
anger,
said there
but
are
it's nothing
rupees, but I
personal.
didn't
That's
see
where they're
it.
fine, fellows.
We might be receiving letters from the Save the Bokoblin group or something after
It's
this.
true.
because-
I'm sorry, I promised to mess with a whole bunch of other different kinds of enemies.
Yeah, there are so
Later in the
many
game.
Equal opportunity.
Yes.
Well, there are so many other enemies and monsters to find. We just happen to be in Bokoblin heavy territory, but
Yes. It's not just the goblins that you get to.
we can leave them alone for a little bit.
Yes.
Give them a bit of a break.
Alright, so now I've made my way to the second shrine, and I'm in kind of this big labyrinth, and as you can see, there are a lot of suspicious looking rocks around. Oh.
It's coming alive. Uh-oh.
Hello there. Alright, now one of them has come alive. And I will tell you, yes, from
That's not a good
from
light.
experience, that guy is really powerful, and he will make me have a bad day if I let him. So I'm gonna have this tasty snack that I cooked up earlier, and what that's gonna do is give me a
Oh,
few
interesting
extra
item.
hearts. So one of the great
Bad light.
things about this
Bad
game
light.
is that there are numerous ways to go about everything. I tend to go for the stupidest way possible.
It's
to
not stupid.
Solve everything.
It's challenging.
It's what I do.
You're not a gamer if you don't try to make it difficult on yourself.
Okay, it's okay. Now I'm trying
That
to
missed you
use
by
this
a
guy's
hair.
firepower to break the boulder here, and without killing myself, which is actually.
Well, that works.
Oh, I need food.
It did hit
I'm
the
so
wall,
hungry
though.
suddenly.
I think the rocks are gone.
The rocks are gone. It's okay.
And everything's on fire.
I'm not scared. I'm just hurrying. I'm in a hurry. So, The, shall we say, well, the smarter way to do that would have been to sneak around and climb up that wall. That would have been a bit safer, but hey, gotta live life on the edge, right? So let's get safely into the shrine, away from that very angry guardian. A fun thing to note is that
Wait,
there
how
are
much
other
damage did it
guardians
do?
like
I
Hammurabi
didn't
who will
actually
wake
pay
up and
attention. I'm bad.
give you trouble. You actually can defeat them. The thing about this game is, to some extent, you can set your own difficulty level. So you could actually try and defeat that guy, and maybe you'll be able to, but it's probably a better idea to go get more hearts, get better equipment. But it's really your choice if you want to try and tackle the more difficult enemies or wait until you're better prepared. So it's kind of up to you.
Yeah, I kind of made the mistake when I first started playing of just feeling so like
8.5
carried by the
hearts?
spirit of
Alright,
adventure
alright.
that I had my stick and I ran off into the distance.
7
and
hearts, 6
I
hearts,
ran into
5,
those
6
and I
hearts.
was not at all prepared.
That's
It
legit.
didn't go
I
well.
appreciate
Shall we
that.
say?
I think we all did that.
I learned a lesson,
It's a
though.
mistake.
A very valuable life lesson.
Learn from our mistake, people. Okay, we hear another mysterious voice. Dude, we know we're gonna do the thing and get the thing. Don't worry about it.
Because
So,
Link wants the thing.
he wants it. He does. So, here's another really cool shrine. And this one is gonna give us the bomb rune. As you might imagine, it lets us blow stuff up. It's gonna be pretty
Yeah.
cool.
I like it.
As you've noticed with these first two shrines, they give you they're kind of shorter. They give you
Yeah,
a
there's a
timer
food
on these
item that
runes, just give you the
temporarily increases
basic
your
idea
max
of
hearts.
different ways you can use them to interact with the world. As you progress in the game, it's going to get a lot more complicated, the puzzles you solve and the things you do using these different runes.
Amiibo.
So enjoy the simplicity of these first shrines, trust me. We've got our bombs. And we've got two different kinds of bombs here. We've got a cubic bomb and a spherical bomb, and we're going to use those for different things. So I pulled out a spherical bomb here, and we're on a flat surface, so it doesn't make much of a difference, but that's actually going to roll. And that's
So do
going
you
to
just-
open up
do you get
some
to blow up those bombs
possibilities,
whenever
which
you
we're gonna
want?
show off in a bit.
That's interesting, just drawing folks' attention to the fact that you were
Ah,
able to
see,
detonate
that's
that whenever
excellent.
you're ready. So it gives you a lot of control, especially over the spherical bombs, where you're maybe rolling them down a surface and you want to make sure they detonate at just the right moment.
I wonder if they have
You can be really
regular
precise
bombs
about
too.
How you're handling the detonations.
That's true.
And there's no limit to the
Infinite
number of bombs,
bombs.
you have. You just have that gauge that you just have to wait to refresh. But
Limitless.
the bombs are limitless.
Limitless
Gives you all a chance to
remote
experiment.
bombs.
Exactly.
That's very true. And I just got a treasure chest using my handy bomb. Yes, it's so satisfying placing them. Just make sure that you're at a good distance when you detonate it because,
Yes.
you know, fun fact, Link can explode. You probably don't want that.
Yeah, probably not.
So.
Especially after that encounter with the Guardian. That's very similar
Yeah.
to the BMOs of
True,
past
true.
games.
It might be a little low on food now.
Now we're on a moving platform here, and I don't think my spherical bomb's gonna do so well here. So I actually changed to a cubic bomb, and I'm gonna just get out of the way here,
Probably good.
because I want that to blow up that wall, and I don't want to be anywhere near it when that happens. Boom. See, now, you know, I better eat some food. Link is peckish.
It's
So.
interesting looking at the two shrines that we're checking out here. They're fairly puzzle focused, but that's not always going to be the case when you're into shrines. You might find some that are more combat focused, some that are small, some that are much larger as well.
Very true. Now, as you can see around here, we have these things that shoot forward, and I'm going to use this as an opportunity to blow more things up. So I'm going to drop this bomb down there.
I love how
And
this looks like a theme park.
Yes.
It's so good.
All theme parks should have explosives.
And actually, in the distance there, we can
Oh,
see
yes.
you're being watched.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
I'll be there in a second,
Hey,
dude.
buddy.
I've got stuff to do. So I really love this part. I'm gonna jump up here, and you mentioned theme park. We're about to go for a ride.
Oh.
Boom. There
No
are prob-
whiplash. Success.
Yes, there are probably better ways to get that treasure chest, but no, there aren't. That's the way to get that treasure chest.
And I can't imagine a way that's more fun, really, than just getting
Yes. And I got a really nice bow out of it. That's gonna come in handy later.
So like Sam was talking about earlier where there's a lot of shrines and it's really interesting to see like, Anuma-san saying and Bill talking about how this was related to the art style was Japanese anime and the number of shrines that are on here, it's pretty similar to like how many temples there are in Japan. So it's really interesting to see that
I was gonna
comparison.
shoot myself,
Well,
but
it's definitely cool having all these sacred sites all over the world to find. And I've actually been trying to
You
figure
could
out
bowl
with all
bombs
the
in
constellation
Skyward
motif
Sword.
that we see in the shrines here. If you're outside on a really clear night and you look up in the sky, I've been trying to figure out whether or not I can find those same constellations up in the sky, but you get a really beautiful look at the stars if you get a clear night outside.
It's true, it's gorgeous when it changes from day to night.
Yeah,
in
these
different weather. So,
these
we
shrine
finally
areas
made
are
it to
very
the
like
end here. I'm sorry about blowing up your
constructed.
home. I didn't mean to. I think he understands though. He's an understanding
I don't know if these
guy.
are like dungeons or like mini dungeons or like I don't know what.
I know if you've done.
Back in his day, he would have done the same thing. But we got our second spirit orb.
Oh, we should also talk about like the difference between
Oh, here we
dungeons
go.
and shrines, because they're not one and the same in this game.
It's true. They're not. Shrines are supplementary to dungeons. I don't want to give away too much, but yeah, as Sam mentioned, there are a ton of shrines, like over 100 shrines. There are so many that they're just gonna be a
There's
little
100 of
sprinkling
these.
things to do on your experience. But yes, there are dungeons in the sense that Zelda fans are used to.
Exactly.
All right, we got our spirit orb.
I hope they're on. I hope they're not all very samey and
But is
like
there anything you want to try the
repetitive.
bombs out in the world before we wrap up?
So I used myself to blow up that wall, but if I hadn't, I could have actually bombed that wall to have an easy way out.
I wonder if we should try rolling some bombs down some hills.
Ooh,
see how
that's
that goes.
always a good idea.
Or try where Chico didn't succeed at rolling at some bokoblin camps.
You know I'm always game to blow up bokoblin. Oh, they're
hi.
scary. No, should I? I should. Yes.
Nice.
I just blew them up. It gave me more joy than it probably should have.
I gotta say, there's something kind of tragic and poignant about these runes. Just imagining how beautiful they would
Did
have
someone
been.
live? That's not okay. It's not okay, is it? Hey, buddy.
He's got a friend.
Let's be friends. Oh, I don't want to be your friend. You're not very bombable.
Well, as you are wrapping this up, I think it's about all the time we've got. So thank you so much, both of you, for coming by and checking out these shrines with us. Folks who are watching, please stay tuned. In a few minutes, we're going to be coming back with a look at weapons and combat in more detail. So we'll be
Wait,
right
they're coming
Please
back
don't
with a
go
look
anywhere.
for what?
Thanks for
Combat
watching.
or something?
Hey. Phew. That looked so cool.
It's a good.
I feel like the shrines have the potential to be somewhat repetitive or samey or feel sort of like the environment is copy pasted a lot, and I feel like maybe a player might groan and be like, oh, another one of these, you know what I mean? But I don't know, maybe they're good. I think the outside world, though, is significantly more fascinating than those shrines. Yeah. I guess we haven't really seen a proper dungeon, though. Well, it is some cell shading. It's kind of like Wind Waker in that way, but it's definitely different. It's like distinctly different. Yeah, if there's 100 shrines, I hope they don't all use the exact same like kind of environment. Like where everything is like a right angle and they all have the same sort of atmosphere and like textures and shit. It feels so samey if you have to travel through 100 of those and they all look like that. That'd be just like, ugh, another one of these just to get another like freaking collectible or something. You know what I mean? So I don't know, hopefully those are good. Yeah, it's not, yeah, it's true, because those two shrines are like part of the same area, so it kind of makes sense that they would be similar. I don't know. We don't even really know what like the meat of the game is. It's sort of like we have like this aimless exploration and then we have these like shrines. but we don't really know what the game is, you know. We don't know. That's why the structure matters so much, and we don't know what it is. The game looks beautiful though, and I'm excited. Show my outfit. I mean, I guess we're waiting. I could show my outfit for y'all. You got an ad. I thought I disabled ads, or did you just come into the stream? Uh-oh, we have more.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Ed, here with Audrey and Chico, and we're going to be playing some more The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. For this segment, we're going to be focusing on some weapons and combat.
Yep. And before you go to a serious battle, you always want to make sure you have enough stuff. So I'm going to raid this somebody's house right here.
You're gonna steal his stuff. Let's
No,
be
I'm
real.
just borrowing it, okay?
You're gonna return it
Yes,
later.
I will return
Give
them.
it back.
If I don't break them. We'll see. Yes.
NWC was so crazy. I was just like,
Picking up an axe.
At least I know breaking their base, so that's fine.
What are you doing not breaking their base?
Well,
okay, I'm a bad
we're
influence.
breaking the convention of Zelda this time.
That's true. That's true. I would have broken the base. That's just me.
I know.
So you got a good variety of weapons already, just from there. You got a pitchfork, you got a spear, otherwise known as a poke and stick.
Big
You got all kinds of good stuff.
Yes. So
Thank you, Ruby.
each weapon have different type of movements and actions. So you have to kind of know what you're doing and what kind of enemies you're facing next. And I'm going to this camp nearby.
Get him in the head.
Oh,
do it.
Do you see that? He's
Let him-
like he's
let him
eating
scratch.
his own something.
He's
Oh.
scratching his butt.
I
He's
didn't
got
do
this
it.
coming. Oh no.
Oh no.
Now he's gonna tell his
Shoot.
friends about you.
Uh-oh.
you got like the Metal Gear
Fine.
Solid exclamation
Sounds like a
points
call.
sort of
Fine,
alerting
that
the other
case,
enemies.
I'm
It's
just
kind
Oh,
of
you're
fun.
not scared though.
Oh no. He is
Oh wow, the sword got stuck in the
Get
ground.
him.
Oh, that was a cool spin attack.
ha.
Watch out for the dude with the fire torch.
I wanted to actually show different one how the axe moves. So this one's heavier, so movement is but
Oh
it's
my god.
slower.
yep. And then but the attack range is bigger, so it's nice to try out when you
Oh,
really
you're hungry
really
now.
yeah.
Need some food.
I definitely
Nom,
need
nom,
to
nom.
eat. Okay.
Lincoln is
So-
at his best with a full tummy.
Yeah, and then it looks like the axe is not a good one to use for him, so I'm going to switch it to spear, which has better range, and I don't have to worry about this guy attacking me with it.
And so I think what people notice here, Chico, is that that skewer that you ate gave you these temporary hearts, which is sort of a new wrinkle to...
Yeah. I think we're going to talk about it a little bit later, I guess, about the cooking.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Well,
I think so.
I see. We're going to keep that
You
a
can
secret
talk.
for now.
No, it's no secret, but you know,
Come
we
on,
can talk
Ed.
more about it. And maybe people already know that I like the meat, so I'm gonna take it with me.
Are you gonna steal their steak?
Yes.
Take it all.
No, they don't. They no longer need it, so I'm
That's
just gonna
true.
do
They
it.
were gonna waste it.
Exactly. So.
Oh wait, really, Rob Dog? I'm proud of myself.
Fire on the torch.
Nice.
Balloon fight was pretty epic.
Because I see this suspicious thing over here.
If you see something suspicious, light it on
Always
fire.
burn it.
Always
Yes.
That's what you do. Not in life, just in the game.
Just in the game. I have little kids at home too.
Yes.
so I will not do that. And there's a honeybee.
It seems like a good idea. Shooting some bees.
Yep. Switch it. Are they coming after
Here
me?
they come.
I knew it. I knew it. Leave me alone. Ha ha. Bye bye. No. Seriously. They keep coming at me. Bye bye.
Preferred weapon against bees.
I also saw a butterfly earlier. I wonder
Yes.
if you can catch like
And I can get the honeybee there.
catch
and then I can use
bugs
that for
and
cooking
stuff.
later. Already full too.
And get some treasure.
Yep. So I was just using the two-handed sword now. So even just a sword, there's like a one-handed and a two-handed one. And of course, two-handed one is better, more powerful. However, you won't be able to use the shield. So you
Wait,
can't
a
kind of
rush
protect
room? What does that
yourself.
do?
Well, okay. I sacrifice them. I'm gonna make sure I get all the stuff. And the only reason that all those like item menu screen comes up is because that was the first time I picked up that specific item. Once I picked up that one, the second time it's not gonna show up, so
Right.
you don't have to worry about seeing that over and over.
Yeah, you get a nice description once you pick it up, but then you're done. You can see it in your menu if you want to, but
I actually like seeing that when I find a new item because that way
If
like,
a
I
rush
know
room
what
makes
the,
you run
know,
faster,
the
that's
damage
really
level
cool.
is, or what kind of things it is, how can I use it. So that's a good information to know.
yeah.
Okay, looks like there's another bokoblin camp over there.
Yeah, we mentioned this in the last segment. We're picking on the poor bokoblins this time. That's because they're the predominant enemy in this Great Plateau area. There are lots of other enemies to mess with in the world at large, but these guys are going to get all of it for now.
And then maybe some of you noticed that on the right bottom, there's a purple thing, purple like a gaze moving. That's a sound gauge. So when I move around, I make noise that moves a lot more. And if I walk around just like this, it makes even bigger movement. Oh, I moved too close.
Oh, they're suspicious.
No, I don't want you to notice me. So I'm now crouching down, trying to be a little more sneaky. And there's another innocent bokoblins, enjoying their
They're not
evening.
innocent.
Well, that's
They're
true. They
horrible
will come
people.
after me. So no, they're not people.
They're
not
horrible
people.
things.
Yes, monsters.
Horrible monsters.
This is another way to use a honeybee. They're basically naked, so when they see the bees actually go after them, and they don't like it. So when they see the bees, they actually go after it. Ah, sorry, I'm a little busy right now. Oops. Change it to something else.
Switch it up. A one-handed sword.
Oh no, this guy's.
Nice.
Oh, you got him though.
Oh, nice.
Sorry. And the weapons do break, so you want to make sure that you pick up enemies' weapons, so you have enough stash for you to prepare for the next battle. And you can only have limited number of weapons in your slots. Like just now, I'm trying to pick it up, I can't because I already have enough. So that time I have to decide: do I want to keep
So what
the
is that?
one
Weapons,
I have, or do I
bows,
want to
shields,
swap
tunics,
it to the one
food.
I just
What was the
found?
other one?
So I'm just gonna lose that one and get the another one, and of course pick up the honeybee.
The cool thing is when you find a new weapon too, you can immediately see what the new stats are. So you can kind of decide on the fly, is this better, is this worse, do I leave it, do I grab it, so.
Okay, and also at nighttime, daytime and nighttime.
They're not going to be showing the NX today at all, so we're not going to be able to see it. Ah, we got a firefly. Okay, so you can get some bugs at least.
So it's
So let's see if
dynamic
I see
wildlife
different
setting
enemies. Yeah.
based on.
Yeah,
based
it looks
on time of
different
day.
too from where we were exploring earlier too. Oops. So now there's more
Got some Stalbokoblin. Yep.
Ah, missed it.
Nice.
Oh.
Headshot.
I like the fact that they're using the rock.
Yeah,
And
he
then
didn't have
the
a
other,
weapon.
See, the other guy is waiting for the other guys to lose his head so he can take it.
Is this a fan-made Zelda game? This is the new Zelda coming out for Wii U and NX.
Yes,
March
Bokoblin.
2017.
That's your favorite.
This is my favorite.
Yes.
I'm gonna make her equip it at some point. He's a little busy right now.
That was a big spin attack.
Oh, he lost his head.
Sorry.
Oh, you can see the hand crawling across the ground.
I know. Pick me up, pick me up.
Wait, have we seen a jump attack?
So let me change it to something else. Oh. So I'm using a spear, and then the movement is a little bit different.
Oh, the spear is
It kinda,
cool.
It's really fast.
Yep. So when the enemy's having spear, it's much better to use that than the sword. course.
I want F-Zero NX. Can they make F-Zero, please? Please make F-Zero. We need one.
Try to see if there's any more enemies.
Now's a good time to equip the arm. I'm just throwing it out there. If you wanted to, just throw it.
I mean, we really don't know Corey, but I'm really excited to play this game.
Yay, look!
Audrey's favorite!
It's wiggling still. I'm easily amused. And if he puts it on his back, it gets all wiggly and grabby and yep.
Like trying to, take something.
Terrifying.
I don't know.
It's a big fan of Link, you know. Okay, that's all I had to say. I just wanted to see the arm wiggle a little. Go about your business.
So there's another Bokoblin camp. This one looks a little bit different, so I want to kind of show how it looks from the front. If I can sneak up to them.
And again, this is one of those things, as people are adventuring, people are exploring, everyone's kind of taking their own takes on.
Yeah, they said they're not going to be showing
you
like
see this camp,
spoiler
and,
kind of
you could
stuff,
rush
just
right in.
more.
There's different ways to do this.
I
And
don't
Chico's
know.
gonna kind of take us around to give us a
Just showing
full
less
survey of the
character-driven,
land here.
less
So we're gonna
story-driven
get
stuff.
a good look at how things are set up here.
There's more big meat over there too. But yes.
You're gonna take their steak
I
too.
will come to them later. The thing is that they actually go to sleep at nighttime, so right now they're sleeping over there, so they don't even know I'm right here waiting to, pick up their meat.
Steal their weapons and their food while they're sleeping. Devious.
So it looks like a skull-shaped, I don't know, what do you call it, like house?
Yeah, they've got a skull house.
Skull house, yeah.
To each their own. It's okay.
It was a big sitcom in the 80s. Skull house.
I don't know if they've said
and
much
then,
about cities
I don't
and
know if I mentioned it,
Civilization,
but-
but I'm assuming
careful.
there is that stuff. They're only showing a small
Well,
portion
I
of the
should have
map,
done
though,
it,
like
right.
a very small
I'm gonna hide
portion
I'm
of
gonna
it.
hide it so they're not gonna notice.
They're
I'm gonna hide it.
suspicious,
Incoming
but
They're
keys.
suspicious.
you can't fool that guy
Oh,
though.
that's right.
He knows what's up. Yes.
Everybody go to sleep.
Hit him with
Nothing
the
is
wiggle arm.
happening. Nothing is happening. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. La la la.
Yeah. They do that.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Relax. Nothing to see here.
Okay. So it looks like there's a explosive in there too.
They showed like an old man character near
you're
the
gonna let them
beginning,
sleep
and the
peacefully,
interaction
right?
felt
Yes,
really
right?
good. It felt
Oh.
something felt really good about like the character
like
interaction that they did show, and they did not show much.
No, it didn't work, didn't it?
Okay, they're suspicious, but they're okay.
Oh, I'm so
they're gonna
bad at
come
this right now. Fine.
Just have to find another way to blow them up. Just get right in there.
Oh my god.
Oh. I don't know if there were big red barrels, which always means explosions in video
so
games.
I wanted to use the lamp to do that one, but I just had the stage flight. Oh well.
Hey, you got the explosion. That's what
Again,
counts.
there's multiple ways to solve the puzzles and then
It's true.
enemies, defeat enemies.
Oh, they also
so
showed
I
the
just
person
tried
in the
that.
shrine
I was just
too.
doing it. I was intentionally making mistakes.
Thinking on the fly.
Yes.
And now you can steal their treasure.
Yes.
It's great.
Oh, see? So I got the new soldier's broadsword, which is 14 instead of 5.
Nice
So,
upgrade.
just seeing that screen, they really help what I got. That will help. Oh, no, I can't take it, so I have to change. Is it, Audrey, is it okay for me to leave
It's
the
okay. We had our
arm?
fun.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
sorry.
sweet
Audrey
arm.
has been satisfied.
Yes. You can just stay there wiggling
Still
forever.
wiggling. I love it.
But yeah, the guy you killed was really powerful Bokoblin, so he dropped a really powerful sword.
Okay.
It in fact was
Don't
it
sneeze
was
on
called
those
the
arrows.
Temple of Time, and it did
You're
look
gonna
like the
need
Temple
them.
of Time from Ocarina. It did.
Okay, I'm going to go get the meat.
Look up at the stars in the sky. It's so
I know,
pretty.
isn't it pretty?
Really
so
pretty
peaceful.
at night. Yeah.
Those Bokoblins just having a nice dream. They have no idea what I'm trying to
They
do.
said you could pretty much
Now they're gonna go into
go
the
in
big
any
sleep.
order
It'll be a
in
natural
this game
transition.
and just like do things however you
So I have
want,
a fire
kind of.
arrow and bomb
I'm not
arrow.
really
Which
sure
one
how
should I
the
use?
structure of the game is gonna work when you're so free, and like what you need to do to beat the game and what you need to do to advance.
Oh.
Did you? Oh.
Yes.
Those explosions look really pretty. I'm very fond of it.
So, some people might really like to just jump into the battle and then try to kill them with a sword and stuff. But sometimes, like a person like me who's not good at battle, I just like to be sneaky and try to shoot like explosive at them and just take them
Get them from a distance.
Ooh, they're Boko clubs.
You want to
Fire.
exploit the fact that bokoblins seem to have an affinity for sleeping next to highly flammable barrels.
It's true.
I mean, it only makes sense.
Yes, it wasn't my fault.
They're maybe not the smartest monsters.
So there's apple. It's always important to have enough food so you can restore your health.
More food, the better.
Oh, bokoblin. No, stall bokoblin.
Stalbokoblin. See, I knew it wasn't a Stalfos. I knew it.
Get in there.
Stalbokoblin. Hell yeah. I was right on that. I even named it. I was like, that's a Stalbokoblin. I fucking knew it. Hell
Change it
yes.
to different one. There's the
Oh, the
farmer's
pitchfork.
Even pitchfork will be very
Hyrule
helpful.
Gothic.
Where's the head? Where's head? Oh, head's. Oh, head is still there. Okay. He's going to use his own arm. His friend's arm. Wait.
His own friend.
I know.
But you've used so many different kinds of weapons so far, and this is just a small sampling of the different kinds of weapons in the game. There's just so many different
So many, and you
kinds
kind
to
of
play
have to
with.
make a choice which one to take.
Oh.
These guys just there. Again, and just want to be
Chance to use the environment to wreak some havoc
Using
here.
the environment is
Here we go.
important.
It's away.
Near miss. That was
Oh,
cool
you missed the
though.
whole
Now they're
thing.
coming
Really?
after you.
It would be so lame if you push the boulder and it follows the perfect set path and like always, you know what I mean? I'm glad it's like more free and open and there's more physics. That's like important. Like having games with like actual, like, you know what I mean? Like interaction and not just like these scripted events. It felt like so much shit I saw at E3 was also scripted. Unlike the other conferences, I don't know.
So whenever you're trying to jump off from the higher cliff, try to use the arrow. Then you go into that mode where you can kind of slow down the time, so you have better time to kind of concentrate and try to focus on where to shoot.
It's really cool.
You
It
can do that
feels
from-
really good too.
Yeah, you can do that from really high up too, and
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
epic.
So as you might have noticed, that I use a lot of bow and arrow, and sometimes I run out of my arrows. So what I do is actually try to pick up the ones my enemy dropped, and make sure I have enough.
You can kind of taunt them to keep
Yeah, yeah.
shooting at you.
Hey, this way.
It's a dangerous game,
It
but
is.
it's cheap,
It
easy
can
way
be.
to get arrows.
Exactly.
See? Boom.
Come on. Thank you.
Yeah, it makes it more of a game and less of
They're
a
playing
movie.
right into your hand.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. I'm busy. You wanna go? Oh, sorry. I wasn't meant to do that.
Chico's going for pure style here. No substance, all style.
We respect that.
Nice.
All different kinds of ways to play this game.
On the way to here, I saw the Guardian, so I kind of want to be there, make sure I get there before our time runs out.
Anyone watching the previous segment, I told him what's what. Yep.
Did he?
By running, running really
Running
fast.
as fast as my stamina wheel would carry me.
I think he got the point though. He's pretty terrified.
Let me try it. Where is it? Where is it? Am I still far away?
There he is. Okay.
Oh, there you go. There you go. He's over there.
I'm sure some of the enemies are really
I believe
basic.
in you, Chico.
Yes.
I'm sure there are more difficult
entering a new
enemies
area
elsewhere.
Dude,
The
that one's
Eastern
not
Alley.
moving. That one looks good. Let's go.
We got all these guardian relics around.
Oh, he's waking up.
Uh-oh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
He's grumpy
Apparently
when he
this
wakes
laser
up.
thing does a ton of damage.
No. Again, there's always a way.
Your bow's gonna break.
Really? It will?
Oh.
Ah, fine.
It's okay. You got what?
How much
5
did you get off of
damage?
them?
That
Yeah.
is true. And I
Oh.
You scope him out.
This thing is
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
that's
super
right.
BMOS or
do that
something.
first to make sure.
Yeah.
So this will give us a little analysis of his hit points, breakdown.
480.
500.
Okay.
I don't
think
know.
you can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah. So one other thing you can do with the weapon is actually you can throw the weapon like that, and
one. Oh,
It'll give you a critical hit if you actually landed on them.
That is true. Yeah, I forgot to mention
It's
that.
a good way to get rid of weapons that are about to break.
But what I can do now is actually.
So speaking of freedom and weapons, this is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen anyone do.
Attack! No, no, no!
Quarter heart left.
You know,
Wait, how much
quarter
damage
heart.
did that
I'm
do? Did anyone
okay.
see?
Eat
Yeah,
something
I still have
right
fun.
now.
And I have food.
Okay.
Haha.
Nice. Run, run.
It's a fine strategy.
Yes.
It's a great strategy.
It's a really creative strategy.
Oh, really? Was it
I think
gyro
it'll
aiming?
ultimately get him.
I wonder about.
I don't have weapons left.
I wonder about the NX controller.
As we keep saying, you can play this game however you want.
However you want.
You can even throw your weapons using magnesis.
I don't have weapons!
Oh!
You don't even have a tree branch, Chico.
Just run! Run!
The death.
Live to fight another day!
Well, I think we're actually running out of time.
Otherwise, we would have got him.
The world definitely wants to see Chico versus the Guardian. I know that. But I think we'll have to stop there. Chico, thanks very much. We'll be doing more of this stuff. Audrey, thank you as well. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with more Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We're going to talk a little bit about Amiibo.
Amiibo next. Apparently, Amiibo next. Yeah, NX has to have a gyroscope. I guess so. It seems to be a standard, right? Like even the 3DS has a gyroscope. Gyroscope aiming is actually pretty good though. Damn, I'm like slowly running out of time to stream, and I think they're gonna be doing this like for many more hours, but I have to go. I don't have to go right now, but I have to go in like an hour. I have to go in an hour, so like I might only get to see like one more section or two more sections or something. And then I gotta miss it, and I'm sorry. I have to leave. Yeah, I'm actually a bit hungry, and I don't know. I have water at least. I got some water. I have to go to the doctor. So I'm gonna miss out on some stuff. How do I like the game so far? It looks brilliant. I'm still very, very curious about the structure. But I feel like I can't even be disappointed despite how excited I've been to see this. It's like really just been such like a beautiful experience so far. The only thing that gave me a little bit of like the shrines looked very dull to me, in my opinion, especially if there's like 100 of them. But they're probably not even that bad, and I'm probably just like complaining a little bit too much. And of course I can nitpick the graphics. I can be like, oh, look at that aliasing, look at how the shadows flicker. But it's like, it's whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm really, really good at finding flaws, and really my complaints are very I don't really have complaints. I have worries though that like all those collectible items like key swings and like mushrooms and like fangs and stuff, I'm concerned that they may end up being underutilized and make the exploration aspect of the game not really as worth it. So I'm really hoping they do a good job regarding these collectible items and what you can do with them and how you can like craft them or whatever you do with them, because I feel like I've been in the past disappointed with Nintendo's attempts at doing like crafting in Zelda. Like in Skyward Sword, I was disappointed, I think, and like, yeah. I didn't like how they really did it in Skyward Sword. So I hope it's more expansive and it's like better done, and I hope it has more of a purpose. I hope that I just want it to be more worth it to actually collect these things and utilize them instead of just ignoring that entire aspect of the game. I think it'd be really cool if there are some very treacherous areas that need things put together in order to like get you through it properly. But I don't know how, like, that has more to do with kind of, that's what I mean by kind of the structure of the game. And I think about hero mode and like Twilight Princess HD, and like in Twilight Princess HD, hero mode is not even like hard, because even though there's no heart drops and you take double damage, you just die, and then you come back in the same room and it's like, who gives a shit that you died? So it's important to me that they make it,
I love you, Auntie.
that they make it better than that, I guess. So I guess I'm just hoping for a really good, like if they put it all together really well, I guess. I would assume Nintendo would put it on YouTube. You could also rewatch the Twitch broadcasts on twitch.tv/Nintendo. You could rewatch my take on it or whatever if you rewatch my stream recording. And of course there will be footage all over YouTube and the internet. So there should be plenty of different avenues to explore the footage or whatever, or like rewatch it. And so that's why I'm not even that worried about having to go to the doctor and miss out, because I'm not even going to be missing out that much because I can just go back and watch it. It's just I won't get to experience some of the stuff live, I think. So I'm going to be gone in an hour, so I only have 1 more hour of like chilling here.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, and I'm joined by my colleagues Bill and Chico. And during this segment, we're
Wait, Sparkletone, what did he say? Did he talk about that?
That's right. So as everybody recalls, we released The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess.
Oh, here we go, Amiibo.
Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD on Wii U came bundled with a Wolf Link Amiibo, which you see right here. And at the time, we mentioned that the game would have, the Amiibo would have functionality in The Legend of Zelda for Wii U, then Wii U, now Breath of the Wild. And so we wanted to take the opportunity today to show you what the Amiibo is going to do in-game. And so we want to start with a quick video just recapping how the Amiibo functioned in Twilight Princess HD. So we're going to cut to that video really quickly and show you, if you recall, what it does there. But essentially the way that it worked in that video is you would enter the Cave of Shadows as well.
I haven't even really done this yet.
When you tapped it in, and you would play the challenges in there, and you would complete the Cave of Shadows, and then you would tap the Amiibo to the Wii U gamepad, and it would save the number of remaining hearts that you had in after completing the Cave of Shadows to the Wolf Link Amiibo. And so now what we want to do is we're going to actually tap this to the Wii U version of Zelda Breath of the Wild and show you what it does. So as you see, you use one of your runes there on the Sheikah Slate to give you access to the Amiibo, and we tap it in, and oh, let's see, uh-oh, there, I heard a little, uh-oh, we have a slight oh, there we go. You may have seen
Oh, wow.
effect there, similar to what you see in Twilight Princess. Tapping the amiibo to the Wii U gamepad in Breath of the Wild will bring Wolf Link into the game as a partner character. So we've been showing you a lot of the game. We've been showing you running around and exploring. Perhaps what you've noticed is that Link does not have a partner character in the game, and that is true. Typical of,
I didn't expect
of a Zelda
this.
game, you would normally see somebody like a Navi, or in the case of Twilight Princess, a Midna. In the case of Breath of the Wild, Link is generally exploring alone. And so if you do want that partner character, you would tap in the Wolf Link amiibo and call Wolf Link in. Wolf Link does a variety of different things in the game, in addition to just kind of being a partner character that runs around with you. As you can see here, Wolf Link helps with combat. He will actually attack enemies and will help you fight them.
Yeah, he actually barks when he finds enemies for you too.
Yeah, it's really cute when he does. He kind of like hunkers down and growls a little bit.
Yeah, I love seeing him in this art style. It's just really cool.
The other thing that's really cool is looking at how big he is, you're like, yeah, that's Link crouched down in wolf size.
I don't know if he was sniffing out something there too.
Yeah. So if I see a door.
Oh, there we go. Now, apart from combat, the other thing that Wolf Link will do is if you get close enough to a wild animal. Oh, looks like you need to get a little bit closer there, Chico. Wolf Link will go out and hunt the animal for you. He's able to sense prey, sense meat, and he'll help you out with that as well.
But he doesn't go for acorn though.
No, he doesn't. Just the meat.
Yep.
You can see the animation also just really fluid, really nice.
I can actually hear the chain a little bit as he walks.
Yeah, he still has the chain around his paw from when he was in prison at the beginning of Twilight Princess.
He's Wolf Link, right?
Oh, there he goes.
Ah, sorry. Did it first.
There he goes.
There you go. He got that boar right there on the rump and took him down for you, Chico.
Yeah. It's really impressive.
Wow, this forest area is really cool.
Large groups of enemies. Wolf Link is incredibly powerful. It's really interesting to see how he does, especially through combat.
That's right. Now we also have from the show floor here at E3, one of the things that we're showing, obviously we've got Amiibo on display here on the show floor. One of the things that we're showing is what the process is for creating Amiibo. It starts very, very simply with a very basic 3D printed model. Usually these are based off of some of the in-game models that we see in the game. And so in this case, Wolf Link started off with this very basic gray in-game model. And if you're able to get up close on that, you can see sort of the polygonal nature of the print here. I think perhaps a little bit later in the day we may have a chance to show the full process, but there's sort of about 5 different steps in the creation process before we actually end up getting to the final model here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think some folks don't appreciate how much iteration goes into the creation of the amiibo, but when you're looking at some characters from certain games, their physical structure might make it really challenging to make amiibo, especially when you're looking at balance and making sure that you've got them in a pose
that's spin attack, though.
Have nice stability when you've actually got them, say, sitting on a shelf or you're playing with them.
That's right. And in fact, you start with this basic 3D model print, and then from there you have to refine the model itself. And then you get into sort of, once you finalize that model, then you start to get into some test painting and things like that. And it becomes, it's actually a very long process. It takes, start to finish, it can take upwards of roughly, 10 months to a year from the very beginning of the Amiibo creation process until the actual product launches. So it actually is a long process, but one it's fun to kind of watch and see go through all those different forms.
Yeah, especially as the poses get refined. I know I've seen certain iterations for some of our Amiibo where they're really experimenting with how best to pose the character, position the character, and it's neat seeing kind of what didn't work as well and the different test cases that they do along the way.
That's right. Now going back to Wolf Link in the game, we mentioned that when you tap Wolf Link in, he will have the number of hearts that you saved in Twilight Princess. And he'll travel alongside you for the duration of your gameplay, and he'll do this until he loses all of his hearts. Fortunately, Chico is doing a good job here and is taking good care of Wolf Link. and so he hasn't taken a whole lot of damage yet. But once those hearts run out, then Wolf Link will disappear. And the next time, if you do want to play with him again, then you can wait one day in real world time. Not one day in in-game time, but one day in real world time. And then you can tap Wolf Link to the gamepad again and call
What
him
if
back
Wolf Link
into
saves time in the
Breath of
speed
Wild.
run, and then you can only
He did
do
get
one
after
run a
those
day?
boards.
I know. It's interesting what a difference Wolf Link can make, especially if you've taken the time to really kind of make him a burly wolf before you bring him into the game. And if you're starting out,
Did they say what the
really
number
help
of
cover your back
hearts
for you as you're
in
getting
the
a few
Twilight
out.
Princess
You're
trial
like,
does with the Wolf Link?
Well, that's the other thing you can do is you can.
He killed it.
Yeah.
And
You
he
can-
left the food for you too. It's very polite of him.
It's so kind of him that he takes down the prey but does not eat the meat. He leaves that for you.
He loves me. So.
Now the other thing, of course, is if you do get separated from Wolf Link, you can blow your you can blow a whistle or whistle to him and call him back to you. And you'll also, of course, he is a wolf. Oh, listen to that bark! I love it.
He's got a lot of other really cool
Look at him.
animations as we watch him.
It's so good. Oh.
The choo-choo looks so good.
So you can, if he runs off in a different direction, then you can whistle to him and he'll come right back to you.
Talk at all about his ability to sniff things out as well.
Well, yeah, you will. Of course, he is a wolf, so wolves having good noses. He'll be able to help you out, and later on in the game, be able to.
Does
sniff
Wolf
out
Link
certain items for you,
exist
which
on
is
Zelda
quite nice.
NX or only
But
Wii
of
U?
course, Wolf Link isn't the only amiibo that's going to be compatible with the Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild.
Talk about this interesting display.
We actually have
Oh,
a few
shit.
more brand new amiibo.
Oh, God.
Hopefully we can get
What do
in
these
very
do?
close on these. The
What is
level
this?
of detail on these new amiibo are really, truly stunning. This is Archer Link, and I'm just going to slowly rotate him around.
Oh, especially the detail on the back of his shield is
This side,
incredible.
you can see right here, you can see the detail on the Sheikah slate. The head of this arrow, which you see from the video in the Guardian battle, incredibly detailed, very, very well replicated. You have the arrows.
All the
hanging,
categories are arbitrary.
From Leek's belt, and just the amount of detail that you get on even his armbands and tunic are really amazing. These are easily the most highly detailed amiibo that I think we've created so far. And this is the first of, we have 3 that we want to show you today. So the first is Archer Link. Really cool. I can't wait to get these. It's great because I've been, Aonuma-san and I have been talking for a long time about wanting to have Zelda figures available for people. So hopefully people are excited for these. This is Rider Link. Again,
my
one
favorite.
of the, just the sense of presence you get.
It's going to be on
from
Wii
the
U
horse,
and NX.
The way that
And we
it's
don't know the
sculpted,
differences.
You get so much detail in the muscles, the mane, even the bridle with the saddle and everything. Link's shield hanging on the back, the saddlebags. Really, really nice. We have some online, we have some videos that show these in really close-up detail, rotating around, that are really great.
And I think we might have these on display actually at the booth here, so folks can maybe check out. Hopefully there'll be some more photos folks are taking online. But it's so impressive how they were able to realize the art style, I think, of the game here. And it really feels like it captures the softness of the color and the detail. It's really cool.
Billy's probably the only few people who can actually touch it.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not touching it because
Yeah,
I
I
like
know,
my
I'm too
job
scared.
and I don't
That's
want
right.
to break things.
These are still in a prototype form. They're near final, but they are, because of that, they're a little bit fragile still.
I feel like
So
you can
we're
get
being
away with it
very
if something terrible happens, but I'm keeping a
Yes.
very respectful distance.
Now then, I have one more to show,
Oh, this
and
one's
this
cool.
one is, of course, very, very impressive. This is a Guardian amiibo, and again, you can see the amount of detail. It really helps to bring sort of those glowing pink colors to life. You can see the eye in front there. And although I'm not gonna bend it today, this is the first amiibo that we've created that has posable parts. you can bend the legs. If you're with our pre-production model, it's you have to be very careful. So I'd rather not. But in when we release this alongside the game, you'll be able to bend the legs freely and kind of pose the amiibo.
I wonder if they're going to talk about what the amiibo do in the game at all.
Those arms, like he's going to be grabbing other amiibo in my collection, or maybe actually battling Link or something while I've got him sitting down. It's going to be really fun to see what I can do once I've got a production model I can feel safe with. Yeah.
So these are 3 amiibo that we have coming to launch alongside the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I'm really excited. I can't wait to get them. But we just wanted to give you a quick moment and share those with you. Chico, is there anything else that you wanted to show us with Wolf Link or? No?
About it. Well, I've got a little bit of time. We can maybe do some quick running around with and maybe see if we can find another camp to hit before we wrap up.
I think there's a camp over here. I hope they're awake. I don't want to always, attack them when they're sleeping.
It is really interesting, I found, just finding new places to run around with him at. And actually, I think we might be coming up to something that we shouldn't see just yet, so
all right.
We'll hang on to that for later. But thank you so much, Bill and Chico, for joining us and giving us a look at the amiibo functionality. Folks, again, if you happen to know somebody who's here at the show, you might want to see if they can take some photos of these. We've got them on display. And please don't go anywhere. Actually, next up, we're going to have Mimoto-san join us, and we're going to be talking about how this game actually ties in really interesting ways to the original Legend of Zelda game. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Alright, looks like there's more coming up. I think they're doing this like all day, and unfortunately I can only check out like 1 or 2 more sections. Yeah, that was the amiibo functionality where you take this and you tap it onto your gamepad, and then you can have Wolf Link come in as a partner and fight stuff with you. I'm more curious what the other 3 amiibo do, or if maybe the Zelda, Ganon, and Link amiibo do anything. God, I don't have any of those. The only 2 I have are the Wolf Link one and this one. This one I got, well actually I didn't get this. Scronce bought this for me. Scronce from the chat, and this allows me to be Big Mario in Super Mario Maker, so I can make levels with like a little bit of extra engineering. And I haven't actually used it that much yet. There's like more stuff I want to make, but I've been sort of like, I feel like I've been kind of stuck, unable to really like be as creative as before. I kind of got burnt out. Like all my levels are sort of like these labyrinth sort of levels where you have to kind of work your way through it, but it like loops around and you go backwards and it's like confusing. Those are kind of what my levels are like, but I've done a lot of them and now I'm starting to like struggle with ideas. And I think my levels also kind of make people feel a little weird because I could hide a critical item in like a random hidden block and it'd be the dumbest thing ever. So there are really unfair ways of making levels like puzzling, and like finding that threshold of like making it very puzzling but not like, oh well maybe there's just some stupid shit hidden in a hidden block, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm starting to realize that like trying to find the balance of making a really intricate puzzle and making a puzzle that's just like a really dumb solution is sort of like a really awkward balance, and I don't know, I've been kind of struggling. I feel like I've been sort of less creative when I've been trying to build my Mario levels lately, and it sort of has led me to stop making them temporarily, which I don't know. My goal was to make 100 of them by the end of the year. I guess that's still my goal, but like, I don't know. I need to like ramp up production, and of course it must be like genuine and not forced, because I want the levels to actually be good, like an honest expression of determination to create something interesting and not just sort of regurgitating this concept over and over. Despite that though, I used to love to draw mazes, and it almost kind of feels like that. It almost feels like I'm creating mazes again, except in like Super Mario Maker, and it's not even really a maze, it's more like some sort of constructed thing. It's really, I don't know, I like Mario Maker a lot. I think just like having the tools so easy to use and like still allowing a lot of creativity makes it a really fun thing for me to do. But yeah, I have I have 80 slots, I think, but I need another like 2,800 stars or something in order to get 100 slots. So I might run into a brick wall. My levels have not gone viral enough, other than Suspicious Skyforts, which got posted on Kotaku, and a lot of people played it because of that. Even though Suspicious Skyfort was just like my first level that was like using pipes. It was my first level that I unlocked like usable pipes to get to the subworld, and so I just started playing around and I came up with that, and like that was my first attempt, and that's the level that went viral. And then my later levels feel a little bit more sophisticated, but have not garnered the same attention. Oh, let me check that link. Breath of the Wild won't have a female hero. Rumors and speculation have fueled the theory that Breath of the Wild will have a female hero. Well, things have cleared up thanks to GameSpot interview. Aonuma. How do you pronounce it? Aonuma? I can't even pronounce it. We did discuss as a staff what would be possible if we took that route. Thought about it and decided that if they're going to have a female protagonist, it's simpler to have Zelda as the main character. The idea was rejected because if we have Zelda as the main character who fights, then what is Link going to do? Taking into account that, it's also the idea of the balance of the Triforce, we thought it would be best to come back to this original makeup. I see. That's, I don't know. It would have been cool to play as Zelda. That would have been really cool. At least they're like thinking about this shit though. And Link is like super fucking andro. So it's like, it's alright, I guess. So I gotta go in like a half hour. Oh wow, Twitter trends updated. They tell you who you follow is tweeting about various Twitter trends. That is interesting. That's a really, really good feature. Good job, Twitter. Do I feel the world is somewhat empty? No. They just haven't shown much except this one area, you know what I mean? And it doesn't really feel any more empty than like Twilight Princess's field felt more empty than the shit that I'm seeing in this game. Hey, thanks, Smokey. Oh, you can retweet yourself now? $31 months, holy shit. Thank you. What is this? No. We'll be right back. Release date is March 2017. Along with it's probably a launch title for the NX. Miitomo. Can I go get the Zelda items? I haven't even used Miitomo in so long. My phone is low on battery. I'm gonna need to charge it.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam, and I'm joined by my colleagues Ed, Chico, Ray, and Bill on the end there. And we have a really special guest with us for this segment. Miyamoto-san has joined us to talk to us a little bit about The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Now, earlier on today, Aonuma-san stopped by and was talking to us about the different ways that this game kind of steps away from what people might think about as the traditional Zelda conventions. But what we'd love to talk about with you, Miyamoto-san, is how we're actually getting back to the roots of the original Legend of Zelda game here.
以前ゼルダの青沼さんに来ていただいて今回はゼルダの当たり前を見直したということなんですがそれに関して今回はそれもあるんですけど
That's funny, Danny.
初代のゼルダに戻ったというふうに言えるんではないでしょうか
そうですねゼルダの当たり前を見直したって言ってとか壊すとか言ってるんですけど実はそれはゼルダのシリーズが積み上げられていってでタクトが出て使い物ソードになりっていう流れの中でどんどんとゼルダがもともと持ってた自由なアドベンチャーというのが損なわれてこうシーケンシャルに遊ぶものになりすぎた、それを原点に戻そうということでもあるんですね。
So we talk about reimagining the conventions of Zelda, but really as the series progressed, there's a lot of more added features. Like if you look at the the last Skyward Sword. And as we started doing that, we realized that the game was becoming more and more sequential. So what we really wanted to go back to was the original spirit of Zelda.
Hell yeah, SS was pretty sequential.
So we're starting this segment off. For those of you who maybe missed the morning segment, you'll see a little bit of the beginning of the game again, and we're doing that for a very specific purpose. But one of the things that we saw early this morning at the beginning was that once again the game starts by Link waking up, and I was curious why Link always wakes up to begin the game.
いや、まず今日ね、世界中でこの中継を見てもらってる人たちは経験することできないですからね。まあ朝と同じようなシーンを何度も見てもらうことになるかもわかんないですけども、まあ今言ったように本当に裸で始まります。で、最初のゼルダもね、何もないところから始まったんですね。
As Bill mentioned, there might be a little bit of repeat, but there's a specific reason we're doing that. So, you know, in the original Zelda, there was this, just like in the original Zelda, you start off with really nothing much on yourself.
初めてゲームを作った時にね、当時スーパーマリオとかを遊んで、出てきたゲームを遊んでクリアするっていうのに慣れてた人たちが一体何をしていいのか分からないってでモニターを撮るとすごくその意見が多かったので、その時まだリンクは剣持ってたんですけども、じゃあもう剣も外して本当に分からないところから自分で考えて遊ぶってことが分かりやすくしようというので、剣を同人がくれるようにね変更したっていう歴史があるんです。
So, you know, when the original Zelda came out at the time, people were used to games like Mario where you just play through the levels that come up as they come up. And we had feedback that, you know, you were tossed into this field with a shield and sword and, you know, weren't given any directions. So it was kind of confusing. So we thought, you know what, let's just take it all the way. We'll just remove the shield and the sword as well and start from there where the old man gives you the sword. That's what we did.
Mr. Miyamoto, you know, it's interesting for us to see this now. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about your vision of, you know, 30 years ago with all the technology that's happened since and sort of the concepts and ideas that you've been able to see these teams develop now over that time.
そうですね、本当にこの世界そのものが再現されている。昔のゼルダっていうのはイメージのイラストがあったように、このイメージをイメージして遊んでくださいって言ってたのが、今はそのイラストをはるかに超えるぐらい全部が本当に作られてて、その作られているもののところに直接自分が歩いていけるっていうすごい技術になりましたね。
So, you know, in the old Zelda, there's this image, an illustration that we started with, and you kind of had to put that in your imagination as you were playing along. But now, you really don't need that illustration. This vast world ahead of you is, you know, it surpasses the illustration, and now you can actually walk and do things in that in this world that's come to life.
And I think we actually have that original illustration here from the original manual.
There it is.
Right, you see Link on the edge of the cliff. And what's amazing to me is when you take a look from the cliff edge, you can actually see the same mountain, those same twin peaks. We have them right on screen here now in that original illustration here in the world of Breath of the Wild.
It's really interesting how that captures the sense of excitement, not only looking over this cliff, but also when you're on the edge of the plateau and you're just kind of looking at all this space that you really want to get to and explore.
And of course, as Miyamoto-san said, the NES game starts with an old man who gives you a sword. You start off in a field and you walk into a cave to get the sword. In this game, you start in a cave and you walk out into a field. So it's almost like it's reversed.
So Miyamoto-san, you mentioned the fact that it was a very conscious choice to not give the player a lot in the way of instruction or tutorial at the beginning of the original Legend of Zelda. Was it a similar reason that you didn't give a lot of story information at the beginning and you kind of dropped the player into this world without telling them anything about what's going on around them?
フィールドに落とされてということがあったんですが、それに加えてバックストーリーというか背景もあまり説明されてないので、そういう意味に関してもお話しいただけますか。
そうですね。どうしてもあなたは何でどんなところに置かれててっていうことをプレイヤーが理解するために最近のゼルダっていうのはいろんな人が出てきて説明してたんですね。
Can't scout for sequence breaks if you don't understand what the sequence is, and we don't understand it. We don't know the structure.
ヒーローになっていくっていう
We just know it's very free and open.
前半の語りが少なくてどっちかというと自分が生きていくための技をいろんな探してる間にだんだん分かってくるっていう作りになります。
So in past Zelda titles, we've gotten to the kind of tendency where there's a lot of explanation by different NPCs to tell you who you are and what your role is. But we went back to the origins of Zelda, and to discover kind of who you are. You don't know who you are. You don't know what you're supposed to do, and you're thrown into this world. And as you're traveling and interacting with nature, trying to survive this wilderness, you learn who you are and what your role is in this big world.
One of the other things that I loved about the NES Zelda game was every time you walked into a new, well, you started the game and you could just go off in any direction, which we see Chico doing here, heading off in a different direction from where I started from earlier in the game. But the other thing is that on every screen there was movement. Every time you entered a new screen, there were enemies on the screen, and they were milling about or shooting arrows, or if they were Octoroks, shooting rocks. And you have that same sense here, but in this case, the movement is coming from the natural world. With the wild animals like the boars, you see the leaves kind of floating through the air, and you'll notice things like squirrels and lizards running around on the ground.
動きっていうのが敵だったんですけど、今回では動きもまた同じような動きがあるんですけど、それは敵ではなく自然のものであったりが多いですよね。
森もね、ものすごく自然になって、葉っぱの数もすごい多いですし、で、これ昔から我々8ビットのね、こう平面のスクリーンを使いながらゲームを作ってきたけど、足音がそれらしく聞こえるようにいろんな足音をつけたりして。
Oh, sorry, my microphone is really low. Yeah, it's coming in X and Wii U.
すごく自然に自分が自然の中にいるっていうのを書けるようになりましたね。鳥が鳴きましたね。
So just as you heard the bird there, in original Zelda, we were looking at obviously 2D screen. That's what we were working with, and so to create some depth, we did things with the audio, like having different footsteps with different surfaces to create that depth. But now everything's there, not only visually but orally too. So it's really just it's almost like you're in the wilderness and you're just experiencing it for yourself. Chico, you're pretty good. No, please don't pressure me, Mr. Miyamoto. I usually stay far away and shoot with arrows.
Chico didn't have any arrows.
If I did, yeah, I would use arrows better. Haha, now I have it.
So I wonder, Miyamoto-san, if you could tell our viewers a little bit more about the extent of your involvement in Breath of the Wild and the kind of things that you've been involved in.
宮本さんの今作のはいね。
いつもと同じようにね、最近僕エグゼクティブプロデューサーってつくと思うんですけども、実はその都度いろんな役割をしてて、最近まではエグゼクティブプロデューサーと書いてあるんですけど、ディレクターと一緒にディレクティングをしてるというところまで入ってたんですよ。今回はね、本当にリンクの基本的な動きとか、自然とのやり取りとか、それから特に本当に自然に見えるかどうかという監修とか、そういうところに徹してて、あとお金の。
There's some side hops and backflips and jump attacks.
一緒に作ってきた青沼さんとか藤林さんとかディレクターたちと、それからプログラマーとかデザイナーがみんなでこれを作ってくれてる。
So I think my position will end up being executive producer on this title as well. But I have been in the past. But in past Zelda titles, I took on a lot of different roles as well. Even though I was the executive producer, I did a lot of things that maybe a director would have. But this time around, my involvement is really focused on just making sure that Link's movement is natural and his interaction with the environment, with nature, is natural, and that it's all a smooth experience. And really all the details, I've left it really up to Mr. Aonuma and Mr. Fujibayashi, and of course all the designers and programmers. This is a really collaborative effort on everyone's behalf. And then I also look after the financials too.
I was actually curious, you mentioned when Chico was fighting the Bokoblin with the axe there that your approach would have been probably to shoot from a distance. Can you tell us a little bit more about how your approach has been as you play this game?
Before you jump into that, I just have to point out how much this reminds me of the original meat item in the original NES Zelda game.
It's gotten so big.
本当にね、さっき冗談で言ってた裸のままでガノンまで行こうかとかいう話をしてたんですけども、それぐらいどんな遊び方もできるようになってます。だから一人の敵ともどの武器を使ってもいいし、敵の武器を奪って使ってもいいし、本当に自分の武器が壊れてそうせざるを得ない時もあるぐらいいろんな戦い方があります。
You know, before this stream started, we were kind of joking around. You can probably take on Ganon with just as he is in the Noon, and you really can do that. That's how much freedom this game offers. So you can use all different kinds of weapons for all different kinds of enemies. You can take their weapons and use it against them. So it really does open up to any kind of gameplay style that you prefer.
It also opens up a lot of different possibilities in terms of how you want to approach things like combat or puzzle solving. You know, in certainly the more recent 3D Zelda games, generally when you found yourself faced with a puzzle, there's one solution. Whereas in this game, even as we've been playing in the treehouse, we found that different people have very different approaches in terms of how they want to try to solve puzzles. And I think Chico is taking a slightly different approach here to how she wants to deal with some combat.
Actually, now we're here.
That is really fucking cool. Look at that.
So like you see here, the wind is going towards the enemies who just use the fire to take it back to where the enemy is.
We're just talking a little bit about how fire played an interesting role in the original Legend of Zelda as well.
That's right. This is, I think, the first time in a while that Link is able to use really fire as a weapon in a lot of different ways. In the original NES Zelda game, you could burn bushes and find things there. And I'm sure a lot of all of you probably spent a lot of time burning every bush in the game.
Just in case. Especially Bill. Bill loves burning things.
Yeah, he loves bombs too.
That's right. So I think maybe what we're going to do here is switch to a slightly different save data, and we're going to look at a slightly different area of the plateau here.
So I'm curious, Miyamoto-san, as we're moving on to another section of the game, it must be a really interesting
If you're getting a Wii U just for this, maybe you should just get an NX instead, because it's coming out for the NX as well, and that way you'd be like most up to date, and you wouldn't have to. Well, I don't know. It depends on what they port. I'm assuming they're gonna like port Smash to the NX. I don't know.
いや現場のメンバー、プログラマー、特にプログラマーとデザイナーたちが自然をそのまま自然として作り直そうということにすごいチャレンジをしてて、僕はこのネタがこうなるというより、それ全体が理想的だなと思ってただけなんですね。だからこの部分のアイデアをこうして作ってくれって言ったことはなくて、現場がどんどんものを作っていくっていう感じです。
You know, the programmers and the designers, instead of kind of trying to make one spec or one feature available, they try to really recreate nature as is within the game. And within that step, there's a lot of things that came up. And so there wasn't anything that I specifically requested. It all came from the development, or excuse me, the programmers and the designers.
で拡張していく、自然に大きなものが出来上がっていくという方にざっとものが進んでいくんですけど、意外とそれができていくことで細かいディテールの部分が仕上がっていって、でディテールを見ると意外と新しい発見があるんですね。どうも動きそうな岩と動かなさそうな岩が見てなんとなく雰囲気で分かるとかね。
So now, as we're trying to create this massive world, we noticed that during that step, we realized a lot of the small, minute details are being polished as well. So when you're playing the game, you know, there's all these details and things that you just kind of notice and stumble upon. For example, like you know, when you look at pieces of rock or stone, some of them you kind of know that you can't move, and some of them look suspiciously movable, and you just kind of have this feeling.
I just don't have anything near me for. Oh, wait. There's one.
I mean, it definitely is such a rich,
maybe not
immersive experience.
No,
it feels so good. Bill bringing up the chunk of meat looking like the one from the NES reminded me of, you know, that was one of my first great video game moments as a kid, was going into that cave scene, grumble, and being like, oh, okay, here's a puzzle. This is something to figure out. And then remembering, because I had the manual memorized at that point, because that was all the literature we had back then. I was like, oh, I bet you he's hungry. Oh, there's meat there. It's just like, like my first little light bulb going off. I still remember that moment very clearly.
初代ゼルダで肉を与えるパズルがあったんですけど、それを初めてこう解いた時に本当に自分の中でやったっていう感覚が出て、本当ゼルダのアイテムゲットのこれの中でました。
Yeah, and this was an example here again of, in the original NES Zelda game.
Ooh, a sapphire.
There were those conspicuous spots where you knew you could place a bomb. In that game, sometimes you had to tap the wall to see if the sound was different. But here in Breath of the Wild, it's really interesting because they've done such a very good job, as Miyamoto was pointing out, of how the walls are designed in a way that they give you a little bit of a hint that maybe you can blow it up. But there have also been plenty of times where I've had to experiment and see if it actually can happen.
見た目で分かるところもあれば、でも実際にやってみないと分からない。
そうですね。雰囲気で分かるところもあります。
Yeah, it's kind of a gut feeling you have when you look at it.
So I'm curious, Miyamoto-san, have you been surprised as you watch members of the dev team play this game, seeing the different approaches they take, or maybe them playing the game in ways that other members of the team didn't really expect?
開発現場を見てきた宮本さんの中で、開発者がこれをプレイしていろんなプレイの仕方があるんですけど、こういったプレイの面白かったとか、一般の人はこういったプレイをしないだろうなっていうプレイの仕方など見ましたでしょうか。
そうですね。まだ攻略しきれてないので分かんないんですけども、例えば馬をうまく使ってっていう馬を使ってどの乗り物でどういう武器を使って遊ぶとか、それからすごく上手になると時計を止める、スローにする、いやうまくプレーをするとスローになるんですね。そういうところをどんどん上手い人のを見てると参考になって。
So I actually haven't beat the game, so there's a lot that I'm still discovering as well. But I'm just looking at some of the development team play this. How they use different types of vehicles and what weapons to use when they're riding those vehicles, and then also like the horse basically. And also if you're really good at playing, like you saw earlier, you can go into the slow motion effect. So seeing that kind of high level gameplay is really I learned a lot from it.
からこの登るとかもあるんですけどね、ここ体力があるので登りきれないかもわかんないですけど、そう登る方法とか、登らずに裏側から行くとか、例えば敵の砦なんかでも正面から行くんじゃなくて裏側から入っていったり、だからこれからいろんなワープとかいろんな技ができてくると、いろんなルートが開発されるんですね。
So even with climbing, you got to keep an eye out for the stamina gauge, so you make sure that you have places to rest when you going up, or maybe you could just go all the way around and go from the back. And likewise, when you're maybe attacking the enemy camp, you don't need to go from the entrance. You can go back around and attack from the backside. So really, there's a lot that, and as more and more features get unlocked, there's a lot of more ways to play the game and solve these puzzles.
Now, Miyamoto-san, one of the inspirations that you had for The Legend of Zelda came from your early days in the Boy Scouts. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
はい。今聞こえました。そうですね。昔ね、最初のゼルダを作ってる時に、子供の頃ボーイスカウトでね、いろんなハイキングをしたり、それからオリエンテーリングをしたり、でそれで山の上に登って、その山の上にすごい湖が伸び、すごい感動したことを思い出したんですね。だからその頃の思い出でゼルダを作ったり、ゼルダを遊んでて思い出したっていう。でそのシーンが今度はもうさらに拡大されて、山に実際自分が行ってあるところから、そこまでにしましょう。
So when I was a child, I was in the Boy Scout and I used to go do hiking and orienteering. And
I want to give cold shivering Link a big hug.
It cleared up into this beautiful lake. And when I saw a scene similar to that original Zelda, it brought me back to that. And now looking at this Zelda, it's even more grander than it was before.
だからルートを攻略しながらこう山の上まで行って、でこっちへ行く目的地があるんですけど、ちょっとこっちにも興味があって行った時にいつ戻ればいいのかってだんだん自分で不安になってくるっていう。けど意外とそれがね、短時間の間にいろんなシミュレーションができるのがこの大地の魅力だと思います。
You know, and when you're climbing a mountain, you have a destination, but then something strikes your interest, so you kind of go off the path. And then, you know, there's a lot of interesting things out there, but then you start to wonder, wait, when am I supposed to go back? Am I going to be able to go back? But then that kind of feeling is recreated here. And what's great about this game is within a short period of time, you're able to really explore a lot, and there's a lot to explore in this.
And that's one of the things that I love about the game is that just like the original NES Zelda game, it's very easy to kind of wander off your path or get lost in the world and find yourself in an area where the enemies are way beyond your skill level. Right. And then you've got to decide if you want to try to fight it out or
way beyond your skill level. I like to hear that. Thank you for saying that. It eases some of my worries a little bit.
これあれですよね。今チコさん。うちわで仰いで、この部のうちわで船を進めてますけどね。
So Chico's waving the fan with the cork fan to move forward in the raft here.
こういう今度進む自分で進める引っかかってる。
引っかかってますね。
自分で進めるイカダっていうのはね、これ今物理で計算で引っかかってしまってるんですけども、8ビットの頃からこうイカダに乗ったらスッと進むとか、うちわで仰ぐとかいうネタはいろいろあるんですけども。今回そういう漫画のようなこと、嘘のようなこと、漫画のようなことを全部本物の物理でやるとすごい新しい魅力があるんですね。こんなこと起こるわけないんですけど、嘘のような本当をやる。
You know, like when Chico is stuck there, it's because of the physics engine of this game. But then, you know, obviously you can't actually swing a fan and propel yourself on a raft. And these are all kind of comic book-like effects. But taking that and applying that into a physics engine creates this whole new experience. It's very fun to watch.
Of course, in the original NES Zelda game, Link somehow had a raft that he carried around with him. But in this case, you'll have to find the raft in the lake and ride it across.
そうですね。だから見つけたのにうちわを持ってないから慌てて取りに行かれて。
You know, you might find the raft and you realize, oh no, I don't have a fan, so you got to go back and go grab it.
I'm hoping to maybe working on this game, just given the members of the development team, maybe a budding interest in hiking and maybe joining you on a trip. I think like a dev team field trip sounds like it would be amazing once
I have to go soon. In like 10 minutes, I have to go.
チームビルディング調査で開発でハイキング行ったりとかラフティング行ったりとか楽しそうですね。
So sad to miss all of this or everything that's going to come after, but yeah, I have to go really soon.
ちょっと難しいとこ行きました。
Chico's on ice.
I had a poor place. I couldn't touch.
僕はね、こういう矢を使って戦うとかね、するとね、必ずその後で矢を拾って回る。
You know, when I use arrows to fight enemies, I always make sure to pick up all the arrows that I use.
特にミスして撃ったやつは後から拾って集める。
Especially the ones that I miss, I go back and grab them.
だから数が少なくなってくると敵にわざと撃たせて、敵が撃ったやつを後から集めて回る。
When I start running out of arrows, I let the enemy shoot arrows at me and then go and grab those and make it my own.
I'm not going to leave the stream on, but I will host I will host the Nintendo stream, so if you want to keep talking in this chat, you're welcome to, instead of like the super fast, obnoxious chat.
He goes chopping up some firewood here.
I don't know if I have flint though.
This is actually one of the other things that I love about the game is that, you know, certainly in the original 8-bit
I'm pretty
Zelda
pumped
game,
for this game. I'm really excited about it.
Using the limited
It
color
looks
palettes
really
and,
good.
The limited
I have
graphics
some
at the time
concerns, but I don't know. We don't really know the answer to my concerns.
With a lot of different terrain. And we see that again here in Breath of the Wild, but to an exponential degree. And when you see it just in the style of trees that we've seen so far, with the forest down below to the fir trees up here in the mountains, it's really impressive.
初代のゼルダでは限られた色と限られたフィックスでやってたんですから、それで実現された世界ですから、今回比べ物にならないぐらいいろいろな種類があって、木だけでもいろいろな種類があってすごいなっていう。
森に行くと本当に森のように見えるし、森に行くとキノコとかがたくさんあるんですよね。
So if you go to the forest, it really does look like a forest. You can get things like mushrooms from the forest.
おお、引っかかった。
It goes without saying, but it really is. This game is so beautiful. It looks so good.
本当に美しいゲームですね。
いいんだな。Yes, I'm against the current, so I can't go.
Yeah. So.
Miyamoto-san, since we were talking about the fact that you've been really involved in making sure that all the animations and the movement feels really good, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the temperature system and your thoughts on that, because that's really interesting as far as how it affects Link as he's traveling through the world.
先ほどリンクが自然に動けるっていうのを監修されてたっておっしゃっていたんですが、温度に関してもどのようにリンクが影響されるかについてお話しいただきます。
これはもうほとんど現場のディレクターたちが作っていってるんですけども、山の上の方に行くと気温が低くなりますよね。そうするとちょっと暖かくなれるものを食べたらとかで、今度のゲームは服もね、ものすごい種類の服があるんですけども、それが暑いところと寒いところのために準備されてたり、それからそれを食べ物で補うっていうアイディアも入ってるんですね。
You know, so this is actually an idea that came out just entirely from the directors and the development team. So as, for example, as you're climbing a mountain, the taller you go, the higher you go, the colder it gets. So you have to prepare yourself by eating food that gives you cold resistance. And this game has a plethora of different clothes that you can wear. And so that helps you prepare for any kind of environment that you're going towards. And then so there's a element of preparing yourself by having the right clothes, and there's also an element of preparing yourself by eating the right food.
I feel like this probably all harkens back to your Boy Scout days some way, yet again.
From the Boy Scout
being prepared. Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, always be.
So I know the animation when Link's cold and you look at him and you just feel so
Oh, when he's shivering, yeah.
Yeah, I was just torturing him by taking his clothes off.
Yeah.
So don't take your clothes off here.
Sure. I think people like that. Playing with it, and they noticed if he wasn't wearing boots and he's cold, you actually see his toes get red as he's shivering and you're I'm so sorry.
Mr. Miyamoto, was there anything else you wanted to add in terms of the stories of the development of the NES game or anything related to this game?
初代の開発についてのお話であったり、今回の開発についてのお話だったりありますでしょうか。
そうですね。いろいろ現場とやり取りをして、結構ね、僕は今度ね、食べ物の材料の種類とかすごい多いんですね。で、アイテムの数もすごい多いんです。で、それを
This game looks really good and Link is really cute.
いろんな組み合わせを楽しむっていうのはみんな好きみたいで、僕その面倒くさくて嫌っていうふうに結構対立しながら作ってたんですけども、まあだんだんとこう仕上がってくると、今までのゼルダっていうのはルピーを集めるんですけど、ルピー集めても使い道がないとか言われたんですけど、それがね結構厚みを持ったので、まあルピーを集める以外のものも集めてルピーに置き換えたりしながら、本当にバランスのいいゲームになってきたと思いますね。
You know, so as we're, there's a lot of back and forth with the dev team, and there's a lot of items, a lot of ingredients that you can collect. And I'm kind of a lazy person, so it's kind of a pain to mess with all that. And so there's a little back and forth with the development team. But as it's becoming more and more polished, I realize there's a lot of fun, a lot of joy to be had in there. And there's just really a lot you can do with all of the
oh
options
shit!
that
Look
you
at
have
this.
in this game.
That is fucking dope as shit. Hell yes.
Well, thank you, Miyamoto-san, so much for joining us and sharing some stories about the development of the original game and how this is kind of bringing us back around to the roots of the Zelda series. It's really cool to see how the two have been connecting. And I hope you enjoy maybe taking a walk through the booth if you haven't already, now that we've got everything up and running. It's very cool.
お時間ありがとうございました。
上手でした。
You're very good, Chico.
And everybody else, thanks for joining us. Folks who are watching, please don't go anywhere. In a few minutes, we're going to come back and take you into another of the shrines that you can check out on the plateau. So please stay tuned.
Okay, another shrine footage is next. I have to go. Oh, thanks. Thank you. I have to go right now. I'm gonna miss the rest of it. I'll be back later today and I'll try to catch up, and I might stream again, I'm not sure, but I have to go right now, and I love you all. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is really good. The game looks fucking amazing, and fuck the haters, and I might speedrun it and get fucking hype. Anyway, yeah, thanks for watching. I love you.